The story begins with a lively fight. Amid the screeching of metal and the groans of the wounded, a voice can be clearly heard. In a world where people terrorize each other, killing is now the best way to destroy your enemies. Wright holds a dagger in his hands, ready for action. At the secret headquarters of the Knights of Glory Guild, men in mysterious cloaks are discussing something heatedly until one of them asks, completely perplexed, why there are so many guards there. Ignoring him, the menacingly beautiful Master Divya informs him that she has received a report from the spy they sent and assumes they have activated the assassin Wright. Suddenly, an armored woman from the crowd dismissively remarks that there is nothing wrong with sending an assassin before the siege begins. A dark-haired woman, shielding Master Divya with her back, announces in a low voice that they are currently dealing with the assassin Wright and must be much more vigilant, as he is on a completely different level. Suddenly, the attention of those around them is drawn by an approaching flock of birds. Confused, Master Divya orders the birds shot down immediately. Several robed men, drawing their bowstrings, ask if they are wasting their mana trying to shoot them down. Within seconds, the birds crash into the room, causing a powerful explosion. The guild members, amidst the smoke, anxiously search for the master, helping the wounded, until one of them, horrified, discovers her burned body. Suddenly, Master Divya, now without her armor, comes back to life with wild cries. Divya explains that death would have already overtaken her if not for the magical pendant around her neck, which protects its wearer from death upon fatal damage. And because it can prevent death, it is rare and very expensive. Divya, turning to her charges, asks if, after what happened, they understand how terrifying Wright is and urges them to remain vigilant, as life-giving magical items have certain limitations before they can be reused. The crowd cheered, "Yes, ma'am." Divya notices unusual smoking patterns on the floor and asks, perplexed, what they are. Raising her voice, she says, "Don't tell me," but is cut off mid-sentence as another powerful explosion occurs, almost completely destroying the building. Many people are trapped under the rubble. The foreman, horrified, says he can't believe where the explosives came from and asks not to tell her that this was all planned from the very beginning of construction, as everything had been checked then. A huge flying insect says that's not entirely true, and Divya can't believe what's happening. Suddenly, a tall, dark-haired man, Wright, appears and explains that what he installed wasn't explosives, but rather a magical energy-injecting device. Then a small bird informs Wright that he has a new letter. The letter states that the mission has been completed. Player Wright explains that in this world, explosives buried underground can kill if they are 5 meters underground, but if the explosives are placed deeper than 5 meters, their impact will be absorbed by the ground, and such explosive force is not enough to kill a high-level player. Wright says it works if you just plant explosives. However, what he installed this time is a device for injecting magical power. He explains that when the substance is injected with a generous amount of magical power, it explodes, grinds, and scatters dust around the ground. He says it doesn't matter how good a killing method is, because countermeasures will always emerge over time. He explains that for him, no matter how many defensive methods the enemy uses, he always comes up with a new way using his production skill, and he will complete the mission no matter the cost. Someone says things will continue as they were before. Wright responds by saying he's curious how long this method will last. To puzzled faces, he explains that his manufacturing ability can create many types of items. He explains that, using this ability, he became an assassin killer in a virtual reality MMO game. Compared to other games, death in VLO is perceived much more offensively. Upon death, the player loses 1 level from their current level and, as a punishment, cannot log into the game for 3 days. Wright also reports that for high-level players, losing a level will be considered as 100 hours of wasted gameplay. He explains that there's a more severe penalty, which is the inability to log in, even though the previous penalty is already severe. It is reported that, for example, there is a war between guilds for territory, and if the guild's main forces are destroyed during the war, the only thing that awaits the guild is a bitter defeat. It is explained that even the most powerful guilds depend on their top players, and if the strongest players die at the most inopportune moment, the guild could be destroyed. As a rule, players in VLO don't just die. At best, they will be knocked out and respawned in the city. The only ones who can kill a player are a handful of powerful bosses or other players. It is reported that the player will not cooperate to die at the hands of other players, and there are many items that allow one to avoid death at the hands of other players. For the strongest players in the guild, having such items to prevent death is common practice, and when fighting face-to-face with such an opponent, the chance of killing them is extremely low. In the event of a war between the best guilds, they take on the role of assassins, hiring dozens of them. This means that battles between assassins would not be anything special or out of the ordinary. However, Wright explains that he's a bit of a special case, as typically an assassin should have combat-oriented skills and abilities, such as an archer who excels at ranged combat or a blade master who excels at dealing massive damage per second at close range. He explains that he has manufacturing and crafting skills, using potions and explosives to kill his targets. Wright explains that he's inferior in combat compared to assassins, and his assassination methods lack defensive mechanisms. He explains that an assassin would be considered excellent if they had a success rate of 15% or more, and gives the example of a contract to assassinate a top-ranked guild. As for his success rate, it's over 99.9%. Wright reports that he's completed over 1,000 missions and failed only one, and believes his success rate must be the highest among assassins in the entire VLO. Then Wright notices a new letter and says that receiving a letter of this type is extremely rare. In the letter, a certain goddess named Mysis asks for help. Wright says he doesn't know who goddess Mysis is and asks if it's a joke. He explains that in the VLO there are symbols that can't be used as names, including the word God. The reason for this remains a mystery. He explains that, in any case, a player named Goddess Mysis can't exist, and if there is a player named Goddess Mysis, a call will allow him to contact them. He calls Goddess Mysis, and she answers, happy that Wright read her letter. Wright says that a player with the word God in their name may actually exist, and that the name ban has perhaps been lifted. The woman explains that her name has God in it because she truly is a god, and that she is the creator of this game, so there's no ban on her own name. Wright notes that these are rather strange individuals, as he doesn't believe they are the creators of the game. He says he understands and asks to tell him more about the task. The goddess informs him that it is a contract to assassinate Masur Zuul, one of the gods who came from another world. Wright explains that he's never heard the name, but he seems to have memorized the names of all the strong players, so if he hasn't heard of it, the target will be easy. Wright says he understands and asks what the reward will be. The goddess suggests checking to see if he has what he wants. Wright asks for payment in gold. It will be easier. The goddess Mysis agrees and offers 1,000 tons of pure gold. He says she's one of those, and it seems the client can't communicate properly this time. Wright asks them to take it more seriously, as the amount is large. Mysis reports that 1,000 tons of pure gold will be valued at around 5 trillion yen, and she is completely serious, as she intends to pay in full, albeit on the other side of the world. Wright says that human delirium can go very far. Then Wright agrees to the deal. Mysis rejoiced at this, but Wright responded that she was exaggerating and that it was just an act. The goddess thanked him for his help, explaining that without him, she would have had to wait for her own death. This wasn't just a game. Wright sees the teleportation stone. Then the stone begins to activate and he explains that the teleportation stone doesn't activate on its own. But the goddess doesn't have time to explain, so she simply sends him on his mission. Wright asks to wait and let him prepare, explaining that he lacks the combat ability to fight with his own body and asks to transmit information about the targets so he can prepare something against them. Mysis explains that in that case, he'll have to do it on the other side and that Wright can't take his belongings with him, as this is teleportation to another world. Goddess Mysis informs her that Wright-sama's skills and knowledge will likely be useful in another world, and she is prepared for Wright-sama to begin work immediately after teleportation, so she asks her not to worry and focus on the mission. She explains that Wright-sama's target is the evil god Masur Zuul is the only god who remains in this world besides Mysis. After teleporting, Wright is skeptical that this place looks like a place where he can relax and focus on the mission, and says he needs to find out where he is using GPS anyway. He finds a chest with items, but upon checking it, discovers it's empty. He explains that it seems true that he can't bring a single item with him. Wright says that at first glance you can tell that the place looks like Vlo, but the image quality is too high in comparison, creating the feeling that he's looking at a real landscape. Wright explains that the computer he was using couldn't handle this, and most likely, a computer capable of doing so doesn't even exist. He asks if he really teleported to another world. Mises asks for forgiveness and explains that she was able to teleport right to this world, but she did not have the strength to choose a suitable exit point. Wright asks what she means by insufficient strength. The woman explains that the primary source of a god's power is the faith of her followers, and says that due to the dwindling number of believers, she cannot use her full might. She explains that if a god completely loses people's faith, she immediately loses her power and is erased from the face of the earth, along with all memory of her. Wright suggests that the gods are also having a hard time and understands that Mises is in a similar situation. A woman reports that the gods she knew were destroyed by the evil god Masur Zuul. Wright says that, apparently, he was summoned to save the goddess on the brink of death and destroy her main adversary. He laughs, and then stops laughing. Mises explains that every god except their two was destroyed, and she has no aliases because a god doesn't gain power from faith if people worship a false name. The woman reports that Masur Zuul has several other aliases, but only 2 of them are his real names. He needs these aliases to reduce the number of followers of other gods. Wright realizes that to destroy the evil god, he must either kill all of his followers or force them to stop believing in him. The goddess Mises informs her that she can no longer maintain contact and that she lacks the strength. Wright asks not to tell him that she is leaving him alone in this forest. The goddess asked to kill Zuul and promised a reward. Then the connection was broken. Wright reports that he was apparently left alone in the forest. He says he received a rather challenging assignment, but doesn't regret it, as he's never received such an interesting one before. Wright says that no matter what, he must first take care of his own safety. He reports that there are no traces of humans left around. He explains that he can't bring things from another world with him, but asks about his abilities. Wright is looking for an opponent. He reports that he appears to be able to use abilities from the Yahello. Wright noticed that there were many monsters nearby, the danger they posed was at a medium level, and the forest was apparently unsafe for him. Wright says that in that case it's time to begin his survival quest and takes a glass of clean water in his hand. He laments that he's got water and that survival will be a piece of cake. He considers using magic and his ultimate ability, but he needs to prepare quickly, otherwise without a weapon he'll die. He notices metal and explains that he needs ferrous sand, but there's little of it in the soil here. He reports that he's had luck with bauxite and decides to give it a try. He uses the extraction technique and obtains aluminum. Wright reports that the metal weighs approximately 500 grams. He transforms the aluminum into a stinger and explains that, given the available amount of aluminum, the priority of the necessary items, and the magical power expended on extraction and processing, the weapon he can create in this situation is the stinger. He explains that the stinger has a weak physical attack, but there's a way to increase its damage using a killer herb. He explains that he cut the root of a deadly poisonous plant and coated the tip of the stinger with it, after which he announces that the improvised weapon is ready. Wright reports that if his opponent is a high-level monster, the weapon will be useless, but if he's up against monsters like the ones he identified through his search, the weapon might be useful. He wonders how long he can fight and tries to open his stats, but the stats menu doesn't appear. Wright speculates that this is because this isn't a game. Wright notices that he has no items, so he can't even accurately calculate his powers in this world, and apparently has no choice but to use his abilities. He then uses the destructive strike technique. He understands that the techniques also work and the power has not changed, and also explains that he has almost the same characteristics as in the Yahello. Wright says survival here will be a breeze. Safety is guaranteed, and the survival mode is very easy. He notes that a lot of time has passed and perhaps he should start building a house. Wright uses his transformation ability to create a saw out of wood and metal. He chops wood, making the sound of an axe. Then he announces that the wood is ready. Using his abilities, he begins to build a house. He says he's done and exhales. Wright says that for a job that only took a few hours, it's quite decent, although the house is probably a bit too big for one person, and more importantly, the food. He reports smelling a new home. His attention falls on the magic stone. It is explained that artifacts are items that can activate various magic using the energy of a magic stone, and their power varies greatly depending on who uses them. The most powerful magic stone can only be obtained by extracting it from the monster's body. Wright realizes there's no escape and must hunt. He says he needs to prepare a little more for the fight with the monster. Then he grabs a saw and starts chopping down trees. Wright explains that it would be difficult to create a melee weapon with that much aluminum, and says that the poisonous stinger he made recently would only ruin the food, so he'll probably use it. Then Wright utters the word transformation. He holds up a new weapon and announces that the bow is ready. He explains that the next step is the string, then notices the vines and says that's what's needed, and begins the most difficult part. Wright explains that he extracts numerous fibers from plants using the extraction spell. He explains that while the fibers are chemically active, he casts a spell on them and binds the threads, fusing them into one, which immediately increases their power. He says, "Great, it's ready." He reports that he also made arrows and now it's time to hunt. Wright began searching for opponents. Made up to this point, Wright reports that the nearest enemy is 2 o'clock in the direction, and then says that he will observe first, just in case. He says it's a monster frog and that he's lucky he caught something edible. The guy makes a sound of pain or surprise. Wright reports that there really is not enough power. The frog makes loud croaking sounds and jumps. He says that he thought the man was a great jumper and could shoot with all his might from that position. The man falls from the tree, screaming. Wright shoots an arrow at the creature, which shoots a stream of liquid from its mouth. The creature is hit with multiple arrows and begins to burn. He says that if the power is not enough, he will replenish it with the number of shots. Wright announces that the mission is complete. The man in the cloak delivers a powerful blow, knocking the opponent into the air. He says it's frog meat. Wright reports that the prey tastes like chicken, so it should be quite tasty, and he's been incredibly lucky with his catches since day one. Wright says food, drinking water, and safety are guaranteed. Wright explains that survival modes are easy, super, and mega. Wright explains. He says that a little trick needs to be tested to cut it up, and then reveals that she does indeed have a sack of poison. Wright reports that one monster frog has approximately 10 poison sacs and explains that if even one of them bursts, the poison will spread throughout the body, so caution is needed. Wright then says that the materials have been obtained. He says, "Well, what kind of magic stone is this?" and thinks that everything will work out with it. He explains that judging by the power of this monster, the magic stone shouldn't be that bad. The woman says she got a magic stone and food, and the man says he killed a great monster after all. Wright says that if he can't win, he will die and that he can't afford to die. The woman reveals that her final goal is to kill the evil god Masur Zuul, though she still doesn't know if he's truly an evil god, and she's unsure if she can trust the goddess Mises. She explains that it has nothing to do with her. Wright states that he has been given the task, so all that matters is killing the target, and says that he will begin creating the artifact. He reports the injection of magical power into the weapon, then lifts it and says the weight is perfect. After that, he begins to swing the weapon. The top right panel depicts a hammer descending with force, causing the surface to fracture. In the middle right panel, the hammer continues to fall with great speed and force. The top left panel shows the moment the hammer strikes the surface, causing liquid to splash. The two middle left panels show the surface. Wright explains that the artifacts he is currently making are sensitive to magical power, which is used directly in magic. The man says that both monsters and animals have magical powers, but basically only people can use magic, so by the instrument's reaction you can immediately tell that there is a person nearby. Wright explains that he uses the needle as an antenna, which increases the sensitivity of the artifact. It's reported that the quality of exploration artifacts is determined by their needles and magical stones, so the needle isn't just for transformation. It enchants the item and shapes it, It's also said that such items are lightweight but inferior in quality to forged items. Wright reports that he's increased the concentration of magical power within the needle, which is the best he can do with materials of this quality, and explains that it's something like this. Then Wright says now. He says the words connection and empowerment. He announces that the magic detector is ready. Wright reports that the range feels like it's about 1 kilometer. He explains that the ideal ingredients are a magic stone, strong, mithril, and a skilled craftsman, while he has a magic stone, weak, aluminum, and a novice craftsman on hand. Wright says. He says he can't drink cold drinks. Then he explains that he has a sore throat. After that, he says he sighs. Wright says it's time for lunch. He reports that the hammered spits contain frog meat and brushwood left over from the house's construction. He says that he spent too much energy on production magic and has very little mana left. Then he casts a fire spell. Wright says it's a weak forge fire. In the top right panel, a man explains that meat on skewers is grilled over a fire. In the bottom left panel, a man explains that he cooks outdoors. Wright says you need to let the shashlik cook thoroughly to avoid stomach pains later, and believes that this should be enough. He explains that the extract is table salt. Wright looks at the kebab on a stick, then examines it closely and explains that it is too raw. The frog makes a loud noise. He says he thought frog meat was very light, but it's more filling than he thought, and that just adding salt didn't add any flavor. Wright says hunger is the best seasoning. Then he eats meat and washes it down. He says he doesn't know what to do with it. Wright says he'd like to save the food for later, but he doesn't have enough magic stones to make a refrigerator or freezer, and he doesn't want to get into animal fights. He reports that this is a box with items. Wright says he'll check to see if the meat spoils if he puts it in his inventory. He says it will be a shame if it spoils, but they will watch it on the spot. Then he rests his hand on the surface. After that, he sharply pushes the lid of the box. Wright says he'd like to find people and get out of here if possible, but he doesn't know anything about the locals and it's too dangerous to leave without preparation. He says that the first thing to do is to work on potions, since he already entered the battle yesterday without potions and does not want to repeat it again. Clicking sounds are heard against the backdrop of the mountains. Wright reports that the door has opened. He says that after a night of sleeping on the floor without a mattress, he is in pain all over, and announces that the next task is to make a mattress. Wright explains that he can't afford to be weak, because it will lead to death. Then Wright explains that he must become stronger to protect those he cares about. He reports that he has found healing herbs for potions and asks if there might be more nearby. Mana is reported to be a common healing plant. It is said to be one of the least effective of all healing herbs, but with enchantment, it can be used to create a second-tier potion. Wright explains that the forest contains plants that can be used to create medicines, and he says he collects them for study and use. He then explains that these plants have healing properties and can help treat wounds and illnesses. Finally, Wright collects the plants, carefully selecting the desired specimens. He reports that it turned out something like this, showing a large harvest. On the right is the moment when many fruits or vegetables fall. Wright says he'll work on the potions. He explains that he'll first grind the plants using magical power, then says the resulting liquid is mixed with water and set on fire. He says they let him cook. Wright reports that the second-level potion is ready, and it's good that low-level potions don't require much effort. Top players are reported to be using level 11 potions, which are 500 times more effective than level 2 potions. Wright says it's better this way than being left without any potions at all, and explains that ideally you should have prepared at least level 4 potions. He says that this will have to be postponed until later and says that there is nowhere to pour the potions. Wright says the word transformation, then pours the liquid into the vessel and closes it with a lid. He says that now he will be able to enter into battles, and the man says that this is excellent. Wright says you can try hunting monsters in the area and at the same time look for materials for artifacts. The man reports that a search for the enemy is underway. Wright says he wonders how many magic stones he'll get. He shoots a bird with a bow and arrow, and a beast roars and attacks the bird nearby. He strikes the beast in the face. He stands on the edge of a cliff and holds a lit stick, watching a huge fish jump out of the water. Wright reports that the pig hunt was successful. He explains that he can now prepare a dish from the mushrooms he collects. Then Wright shows off the crystal he found. He explains that the magic stone is the 10th item. The background depicts a house in the forest at sunset. Wright says that even from such simple materials he can already make a lot of things, and says that first of all he announces that these are flashbang grenades, then throws a grenade. Wright says it's a shame to waste materials, but there's no other way to make a flashbang grenade. He explains that he uses a technique called fragmentation. The word crushing is repeated multiple times. Wright explains that if he can't handle this, he will die. He reports that light magic then occurs and explains that this is an empowerment. Wright says the word putting on several times in a row. He explains that he imbues the shards of the magic stones with magic, but the effect only lasts for a second, and the shards only glow with a dim light for a second, but from the dim light of 1,000,000 shards. Wright reports that there will be a bright flash and explains that the powder is difficult to handle. He says the word connection and touches the glowing ball. Wright reports that the flashbang grenade is ready. He says one won't be enough and is trying to do at least 3. The man repeats the word crushing several times. Wright reports that making 3 bombs by hand was a lot of work, and that creating high-level items was more difficult than he thought. Then Wright says, pointing out something. He looks at a glowing object that makes sounds like wow wow wow. Wright says it's a magic detector and explains that it's currently inactive. He reports that it appears someone has detected someone else's magic. He states that he can't afford to be caught and explains that if he is caught, he will die. He then explains that he only has one chance and he must take it now. Wright says he doesn't understand who it was, but he needs to see them with his own eyes, and even if they are hostile, he can turn it to his advantage. He explains that it's a magical artifact that can summon spirits. He tells him to press a button on the ring to activate it. He presses the button, and a glowing spirit in the shape of a fish emerges from the ring. Wright tells them to move forward. The next panel shows a man running quickly through the forest. The man says it's a magic stone. The man explains that he's inserting the magic stone into a plate. Wright says it's hidden help and empowerment. The man and Wright run toward each other through the forest. He says that it is dangerous here and asks to leave. Wright reports that it's not far from here, then jumps from branch to branch. The guy says he can't just leave him and his father and run away. Wright reports that he's observing what's happening. Then a growling beast appears. A man and a woman talk about approaching danger, the man looking ahead tensely, and the woman anxiously holding the wounded man. The boy says it's not just a wolf but a werewolf, and explains that it's much stronger than normal wolves. The girl says to be careful and not underestimate the enemy. The man lies unconscious. Wright reports that it appears they were attacked by a bear. The man reports that he's seriously wounded, and the girl won't be able to help in the fight. He explains that the knight trying to protect them has a wound in his shoulder. The next panel shows that the most important thing is, Wright reports that this bear has deadly venom. A man with a sword attacks the bear. He says that if he does nothing, all 3 will die within the next 5 minutes. But if they survive, he can get information from them. He uses the abilities Liberation and Hidden Aid, ordering them to come here. The man with the gun prepares for battle. He throws a light beam. Wright says the word explosion and throws a grenade, which explodes near the attacking beast. The man screams, not understanding what's happening, and the woman lets out a piercing scream. To the right, the beast makes a loud growling sound. Wright states that he cannot allow the enemy to get close to him. The man raises his fist sharply, preparing to attack. He says he won't let you escape. Wright explains that a single blow from a poisonous stinger won't kill the bear, and that this bear is stronger than the monsters he's fought before. The man stabs him with the poisonous stinger. The bear roars and attacks. He says that, in this case, a transformation occurs. Wright announces that more poison will be needed and draws his bow. Wright fires the bow. The creature lets out a piercing scream. The woman cries, and he tells her not to move unless she wants to get hurt too. He delivers a powerful blow to the creature, tearing its body apart. The creature roars and lunges forward, and he retreats, dodging the attack. The creature swings its paw, and he confidently dodges. Wright makes a staccato sound. Wright dodges the blow of a huge paw which crashes into the ground. He says it's almost. Wright reports that he coated the arrows with a mixture of 3 types of magical poison. He explains that the first poison is a neurotoxin derived from the Slayer plant, used to inflict the most severe wounds, including fatal ones. The second poison is a mushroom-based hemotoxin, effective even against monsters. He reports that this is the third poison. The beast roars. Wright stands before the beast. In the first frame, the monster makes a sound. In the second frame, the monster roars. He walks calmly, ignoring the growling. In the third frame, he stands and sharp blades fly near him. Wright explains that the third poison is a paralyzer based on frog poison, which paralyzes the victim and gives time for the other poisons to reach the body's key systems, and due to the paralysis of the nervous system, the monster feels virtually no pain. He explains that this is how the enemy doesn't realize the danger of the poison until death. The man says that first his eyes were flooded with light, and then a monster appeared, and asks what it was. Wright says there's nothing in this world that can stop him. The man explains that even if he dies, his body will continue to move. The man asks if he really did all this, and he says that he was the one who killed the bear. Wright reports that, judging by the fact that the knight can still move, the bear had slow-acting poison. The girl says it's safe to say that every cloud has a silver lining. He reports that the bear has torn his chest with its claws, but he will die from loss of blood before the poison has time to take effect, and if he does not get the medicine now, he will die. Wright says, "Wait." The man explains that even though Wright saved their lives, he's still a stranger. He says he can't afford to waste time. He says that if he can't get through, he'll die. The girl expresses bewilderment. Wright says he doesn't mind staying away, but that would be the end of that guy. The man explains that these aren't just commoners. Wright explains that, whatever the case, he says that then you can't just stand there and let him die. The man asks who he called uncle and realizes who it is. The man and the girl look at the unconscious man. The man looks ahead tensely. The man asks if Wright can save him. Wright says he can't say for sure, but promises to try, and hands over the medicine, asking him to give it to the victim. The man looks at the flask, then examines it closely, after which he expresses bewilderment. Wright says it's a poison and explains that it works quickly and painlessly. The man says there are 2 bottles to choose from, and he will drink the one the other person chooses, then says the other person is still unsure. The man takes one of the bottles and holds it to his face. Wright says he understands and will drink the drink, after which he picks up the bottle and begins to drink. He explains that if you drink it, you'll be able to see ghosts. The man says it sounds like a fairy tale. Wright says he can't believe it happened and explains it was unexpected. The man explains that the situation developed in such a way that he couldn't act differently. The girl says they now need to figure out how to fix the situation. The girl asks to be allowed to help, then says that she brought the medicine to her father, who drinks it. Wright reports that his body is covered in cracks and he is drinking water. The image shows a bright light phenomenon emanating from the surface of a planet, with no characters or text present. Wright reports that his body is unharmed and explains that this is due to the characteristics of his body. The man reports that the wound heals on its own in a second. The woman and the old man say it's a high-level potion. Wright explains that they don't seem to have a potion culture, as he only gave them a level 2 potion. The man says, "Hey," and asks what that is. He informs her that the other bottle is a potion and advises her to drink it. The man explains that he is merely a knight on duty and suggests saving the potion for those who need it more. The man insists that he has enough potions and does not want to drink. Wright says he hasn't helped enough yet and something needs to be done about the bear's venom. Otherwise it's the end for both of them. The man says he'll have to. A man says another man has a cure for the poison. Another man says it's possible. Wright asks how the other man is feeling and if the poison is having any effect. The man explains that he hasn't felt anything yet. The man reports some numbness in his palms and feet, but other than that, everything is fine. He says it feels like a stun gun, and if nothing is done, the poison will reach the heart and that will be the end of them. Wright says he can't make the antidote here and so returns home, asking for the man to be brought there. The man is indignant, asking if Wright knows who this man is. Wright tells the man to hurry, otherwise the noble man will die, and offers to carry him himself. The guy asks if this house is in the middle of the forest. He says it's nothing special. He'll take care of the medicine and asks to wait here. The man asks if Wright can make an antidote, as he has no training. Wright explains that he doesn't have a medical degree, but he knows how to make medicine. The man says that if Wright makes medicine, then he's a doctor. He says that if they're so worried that he wants to make more poison instead of medicine, they can monitor the process themselves. The man remains silent. Wright says he'll give him some time. The man asks if he can give him some time. The man says everything is fine. The man checks something, repeating the word, check. The man announces that he has died and explains that his body is badly damaged. Wright says it's food. The man explains it's food. The girl is surprised. The man asks if there are any new symptoms from the poison. He says his entire arm is numb and he'll have time to make an antidote. He explains that only his arm is numb, the poison acts very slowly, and there's plenty of time to make an antidote. Wright says the quality is certainly not the best. He says that if you mix everything carefully, to make a potion from poor quality materials you need to be clever. Wright says that for good materials just one type of enchantment would be enough, but you have to work with what you have. The girl announces that everything is ready. The man and girl sit at the table and look at the cups with the drink. Wright says he wants to check if the drink is poisonous and suggests waiting a bit. He then drinks the drink. It shows a hand with cracks in the skin. The upper left panel depicts movement, and the lower left panel shows an explosion or release of liquid. The right panel shows a ball exploding, shattering into pieces. The left panel shows several such balls, some of which are damaged and cracked. The man is surprised and says he doesn't understand what's going on, and the girl asks Gord if everything is okay with him. The man says the numbness disappeared in a second and asks how that's possible. Wright explains that the antidote protects against the poison's effects and there's nothing supernatural involved. The man explains that by supernatural, he meant the antidote potion. Wright explains that the other man's body contains. He announces that he has arrived. The man explains that if she can't help, she will have to give up the treatment. The girl says she will do everything she can. The man tells her that she should go to the break room. A man explains that he can't eat because his mouth hurts, and says it's because he was punched in the face. The woman says he needs to eat to get better. The man in bed says he feels fine and thanks her for caring. The man says he'll wake up when his wounds are completely healed and the poison is out of his system. The girl says that if he feels like something's wrong, she should give him this and thanks him. The guy says they can finally talk. Wright immediately wants to ask who they are and why they're here. The man is silent. The girl says, "Let's reveal who they are." The girl asks Wright if he minds if they tell her the reason for their visit after her father wakes up. Wright says he doesn't mind and suggests they talk about whatever they can now. Gord says he is King Missus's personal guard. He asks if Gord is from the royal family. Rumia Missus says her name is Rumia Missus and that her father is the 14th king of Missus Lias. Mrs. Wright says he can't believe it, tries not to negotiate with those who are above him in status. But since he is dealing with the king, everything must. The woman says what's going on. He stands in front of her. Rumia Missus says her name is Rumia Missus and her father, the 14th king of Missus Lias. Mrs. The man explains that there must be some special circumstances here, since there are two members of the royal family, one of whom is the king, and yet there is only one with them. The woman says she doesn't understand what's happening to the water in the basin. The girl laughs and says it's funny. The man explains that she needs to be careful. The girl looks closely at her hand, which is covered in some substance. Wright asks to keep this information a secret and says his name is Wright and he's pleased to meet her. Wright then explains that they first need to wait for the king to wake up, and then they can discuss the plan. The girl repeats the word plan and asks if Wright is offering his help. He says he's ready to help. The girl is first embarrassed, then surprised. He suggests they eat and talk later. Wright reports that the food in the chest with the items doesn't spoil. He explains that the food is fresh, then tries the barbecued kebabs. The girl asks what it is. He explains that it's fried frog meat and says he doesn't know what kind of frog it is. He also says he's not sure if it's safe to eat the meat of an unfamiliar monster species. He adds that he definitely won't die from the poison, since the woman says it's probably folk wisdom, and she's never encountered anything like it. It's so interesting. The woman asks what kind of beggar's food this is, and Wright says he expected something completely different and asks for more of the same. The man says he won't let the mistress be deceived. And he says the salt is extracted table salt. The man says he's never used the antidote as a stomach remedy. The girl asks if that's true. Wright advises that the meat should be salted on both sides. Then he salts the meat. He says that the meat is as pleasant as usual and there is a lot of fat, and reports that it is still tasty. Wright says that yesterday he thought the meat tasted good only because he was hungry, but now he realizes it's something else. A man with a shashlik explains something to a girl, pointing. He says he doubts the princess should eat such things and asks if they brought any food on the trip. He eats the shashlik, watching the princess's movements. Wright reports that the unusual circumstances of the journey mean they have no provisions. The man explains that Wright is on a trek with the royal family and they don't even have any food. The man suggests they join them and test for poison first. Wright speculates that the unusual circumstances. A woman tells a man he should eat this, and the man is surprised. The woman explains that it's meat shashlik, and the man laughs, holding the shashlik. The woman happily runs away with 2 shashliks in her hands. Wright reports that it's the meat of an unknown species of frog. The man asks what kind of meat it is and explains that while in the capital, he tried many delicacies, but never before had such delicious meat, very tasty. Wright says that they must find out the name of this monster species because the girl says Gorda loves good food, and he explains that's just how he really is. He notices that sometimes at royal receptions, Gorda runs straight to the table without greeting anyone, and asks if that makes him a gourmet. The man explains that. The girl shows the shashlik and says they don't have a plate. The man and Wright look at the shashlik. The man says the word transformation and transforms the surrounding space, creating a table with a plate. Wright asks. The man is surprised, and the girl asks where the table with the plate came from. The man replies. The woman says the food is delicious and asks to eat more slowly. The man explains that he can't eat more slowly. The woman exhales steam and swallows. The girl declares the fish delicious, showing herself eating it and smiling. A man in a frog mask and a girl are cooking fish by the fire, the man showing off the fish he caught. The girl enjoys the food, and the man in the frog mask rejoices. Wright asks if the man would eat the meat. The man explains that he is merely a knight on duty and tries to minimize his own waste of provisions, but he also says that the meat is indeed very tasty. The man says there's still plenty of meat and invites them to eat as much as they can, but he says that if they run out, he'll get more. The man declares that he'll owe them. The man and he sit together by the fire with shashlik, and the girl at the table watches them. The man says that even at royal receptions they don't serve such delicious meat, and the girl says that she had no idea that frogs were so delicious and that she was told it was frog meat. Wright says it was delicious. The girl says it might have been a Gallic frog. Wright reports that Gallic frogs are very difficult to cook and that you can't eat the meat in the forest, but, speaking from past experience, he can say that they taste very similar. The man asks if Wright is saying Gallic frogs are difficult to cook, and he confirms this. Wright thinks. The court cooks were given about 100 frogs, but only one of them was served at the table, and he reports that one day the king ordered their meat to be served. Wright says frogs contain about 10 poison sacs. He explains that if even one of them is damaged while cooking a frog, the poison will spread throughout the body, rendering the meat inedible. The sacs themselves are extremely fragile, he adds. He says, "Tell me," and shows a dish with a frog, asking if it's like those frogs. The man and the girl, shocked, report that it's a Galician frog. The man is surprised that he was able to cook their meat safely, and he asks to share his secret, confirming. Wright reports that guests are in the middle of the forest. The man asks if they are guests. The man orders the princess to stay put. The girl remains silent. The girl says it might be Larsel. The man explains that he went to call for help and may have returned. Another man says it's Larsel. Yes, that could be it. Wright says he's there. The man asks who's there. The guy says he hears a familiar voice and asks if this is the city. The man says it's him, Larsel. Wright says to come in, the door is unlocked. Wright greets. He's silent. He's silent. He says that the princess is here too. He says that everything is fine, and the man explains that somehow. The man says that it's good that they're fine. The man asks if Wright found help. Wright says he couldn't find anyone, but when he came across a local house, he found a man there. The man explains he came empty-handed, and Wright thanks him for scouting the area. The man asks why Wright brought the princess to. A man asks what kind of house this is. Another man explains that it's Wright's house. The bearded man, hearing Wright's name for the first time, asks if he's an ally. He explains that he's an ordinary man, though he's hardly ordinary. The bearded man confirms this. The other man says, the boy asks if anyone saved them. The girl says he first killed the monster that attacked them and then healed their wounds. The man explains that the king is currently sleeping in the next room. He was affected by the monster's poison, but Wright gave him an antidote, an effective medicine, so he'll soon be back. The guy explains that they mean to say that he completely coincidentally showed up just as the monster was attacking them, and that he had the necessary antidote with him. He says that maybe he's just using them, and warns that it's too dangerous here, so they need to leave as soon as possible. The woman explains that the forest is full of monsters and this house is the safest place in the area. Then says that it's not worth talking to a grateful man to whom they owe their lives. The man looks at the woman silently. The man raises his hand with a ring radiating energy, and Wright exhales. He says that if he wanted to use them, he wouldn't have let them freely roam the house, which isn't even locked. The man says that the boy only didn't do anything because of the city and explains that if it weren't for him, the boy would have captured the princess long ago, and the boy says the man is wrong. Wright says he could kill 4 of their kind without blinking an eye, and he didn't do it only because he wasn't interested. He says that of the 2 of them, Gord is the stronger and that if he were to kill him, he could do it in 10 seconds. Gord says this is true and explains that Wright's movements are so predictable that he could kill him on the spot. The guy asks if the other guy is attacking the honor of the Knight of Gord. The man says he's just telling the truth. The man, furious, says, "Oh, you!" The woman tells Larsel to stop. Larsel says that's not the way to talk to a grateful man to whom they owe their lives. The princess orders him to stop. It's an order. The man tries to object, but she insists. The princess exhales. The princess turns to Gord. He replies that he obeys. The man tells Larsel that if he refuses to obey his order again, he must be beheaded for treason. Larsel says he will listen and obey. Wright says he deeply asks for forgiveness and prays for mercy. The guy says that Larsel may look remorseful, but he still doesn't believe him. He explains that knowing is still scary, and that she always acted like a normal girl, but now she's being cruel to him. The guy asks if they should put it off until later and asks the princess for a second. The princess agrees and asks what exactly. The princess expresses surprise. The man asks about a duel. The guy suggests a duel without rules, like on a real battlefield. The man says he'd be happy to. Wright announces that it is time for a sneaky and cunning battle, and explains that no matter what world he is in, he remains an assassin. He asks the girl if he can have her for a second. The girl agrees and asks what exactly. Wright wants to fight Larsel. The girl asks if he wants to challenge him to a duel. He says he's not going to kill the enemy. It will be a real duel, and explains that in this situation, killing the princess's bodyguard would be more costly, so they'll do it without bloodshed. He thinks he'll be able to learn a lot about the enemy after one battle. The girl asks if he's sure about that, and the woman says the royal family is responsible for the education of the knights and she would not like to cause any trouble. Wright says he'd rather clear up any misunderstandings. The girl explains that Lars is very strong, though far from a true knight at heart, but undoubtedly quite capable. He says the princess is right. The man explains that he is one of the royal family's 3 most powerful elite bodyguards and should not be underestimated. Wright says no problem. The man with the sword stands with his back to them, listening. Wright and the man with the sword walk off toward the forest, while the armored man stands nearby, arms crossed, and the girl sits by the house. The guy asks if it really will be a no-holds-barred fight. The man confirms and says there will be no restrictions on weapons or techniques. The main thing is to fight to the death. The guy says he has this. Wright says, what is this? The woman says it's a potion and it looks like a level 1 potion. He says he's just a commoner and asks if it's a level 1 potion. The man says he thought the same thing at first. Another man explains that he's afraid he's far from being an ordinary person, and that a commoner could live a carefree life selling the medicine he made for them. The boy asks if this means he's a doctor. The man explains that yes, he made them an antidote. The man says that judging by his potions, it's safe to assume he served as a personal physician somewhere abroad. Wright says no country would release a doctor who might have level 1 potions. He says that in this world potions are really so highly valued. The doctor says that people who make potions are called doctors here. The alchemist says that in the game she was called an alchemist and thinks they're almost the same thing. The guy explains that an alchemist needs about level 10 to make level 1 potions, but judging by their words, only a small percentage of doctors can make level 1 potions. The text next to the guy explains that he's a beginner alchemist with an alchemy skill level of 10. A man says that even his personal doctor wouldn't smuggle level 1 potions out of the country, and he lives deep in the mountains, perhaps escaping from somewhere. Another man says that's a possibility. The first man explains that it's true. Wright says the doctor is on the run, which is better than finding out he's actually from another world. The man says, ahem, and he asks them to leave his past alone and instead begin the duel. The man explains that you can't trust someone who refuses to talk about their past. Wright says that's exactly why they need a duel. The man confirms this and says he'll be the referee, to which Wright responds with a request. The man announces the start of the duel and begins the fight, saying, well. He announces that he is ready to fight and looks intently at his opponent. The man with the sword explains that he is also ready to fight and begins to move, preparing to attack. Wright silently clenches his fist and begins to take something out of his pocket. He announces the launch. The man reacts to this with surprise. The guy says he can't see anything, and Wright says he doesn't understand what's going on. He kicks the man with the sword. The man with the sword looks at Wright tensely. The girl watches what is happening with surprise and alarm. Wright says the enemy has unusual tools and can't see anything, but if he thought he could defeat him so easily, he's mistaken. Wright reports that the enemy is still fighting and notes that he truly is a valiant knight. He reports that skilled warriors can sense the enemy even in complete darkness and that Larsold looks to be about 20, yet he has already reached that level. He wonders how this is possible. Wright says he can easily defeat Larsold, but victory isn't the point in this duel. The two-headed man asks questioningly. He says that his goal is to defeat Larsold, while demonstrating the difference in their strength, and in that case he has only one option left. He says that Larsold is confident with a sword and it is worth destroying his confidence. Wright says victory will be his, while intensifying his attack. The man watches the action. He stabs the man with short blonde hair with a knife, which is parried, and they continue to fight, striking and blocking each other's attacks. He lunges again with the knife, and the man prepares to strike back. Wright and the man are fighting, their swords clashing. The man says Wright is not bad. Wright reports that the man is holding his own, too. He delivers a series of blows with his sword. The man with the sword announces that strength alone is not enough and makes a sound of effort. Wright reports that it's like this. The man says a transformation is taking place. The man is surprised. He announces that he is ready for battle. A man with a sword in his hands quickly attacks another man, who is preparing to defend himself. The reflection of the attacker is visible in the reflection of the eye. Wright explains that this isn't just a sword, but a weapon capable of destroying demons, and explains that its power comes from an ancient fire spirit. He explains that to activate the sword, one must concentrate and summon internal energy, after which the sword will ignite and become invulnerable to enemy fire. The guy says he can't let Wright die and explains that if he dies, he won't be able to fight anymore. He screams that he's not going to die and prepares to attack. Wright announces that victory is decided. The bearded man and the girl express surprise. The dark-haired man watches silently. He states that he is not going to fight and warns that if the enemy does not retreat, he will be forced to use force. The man expresses surprise. Wright explains that using the gift requires a lot of energy, so the technique isn't suitable for long fights. The man says he doesn't understand what happened, asks if it was an illusion, and when he managed to do it. He says that if he had tried to pull this off with a high-ranking opponent, he would already be dead, but Larsel, fortunately, is not of such a high status. He reports that this time he got off with only slight muscle pain. Wright explains that a special fencing technique often occurs when his opponents attempt to parry blows. The man reports that his sword is missing and asks what happened. The guy asks about fencing techniques, and he says it's a lie, he just used transformation to break the sword, and hasn't studied anything other than the basics of fencing. The man says he wouldn't have guessed from his movements that Wright had such a special technique, but since he broke the sword, it means he really is that strong. Wright asks if Larsel had some kind of special sword, and the man replies that he did. Wright explains that when he touched it, nothing happened. The man reports that the sword is the work of the renowned blacksmith Lamies. He explains that, as far as he knows, the sword was specially forged for Larsel in honor of his induction into the Royal Guard. He says that it seems he screwed up. Wright says he can return the sword to its original shape, and it's not that difficult to fix. The man looks at the sword. His hand touches it. He says hands off. The guy with the sword shouts ouch. Wright says TSK. The man refuses to accept this and repeats his refusal. The man says he refuses. A guy says, wait, to a man and a girl. The man and girl stand next to each other, and the guy moves away. The woman explains that the man dueled Wright consensually, so she let him go unpunished, but it's unacceptable for a knight to behave like that after losing. The man says he doesn't. They say that not only did he insult the noble man who saved their lives, but he also refuses to accept defeat with dignity, and such behavior on the part of a royal guard is a stain on the reputation of the entire state. The woman apologizes to Wright and says she accepts responsibility for her subordinate's inappropriate behavior. The man tells the princess to look up and consider her situation. The man turns to Gord and asks what they should do with Larsel, repeating the word princess at the same time. The princess lowers her head. The man reports that he repeatedly refused to follow orders and then behaved inappropriately after the duel, and such actions call into question the prestige of the royal guard, and therefore, according to the code, he is subject to the death penalty. The woman says he is subject to the death penalty. The woman says it's like this. The man explains that other organizations might get away with expulsion from their ranks, but according to the code of the royal guard, a knight who tarnishes the honor of the royal guard order is subject to the death penalty. He also asks if there are any other punishment options. The woman says the death penalty is the only way out. The man says this is how. Wright says wait and asks if there is anything to execute here. The girl says that if they fail to win, they will all die. The man explains that in that case, they must fight to the last, saying he is ready to accept this challenge. Wright explains that the royal guard is directly responsible for the royal family's security, so strict rules are to be expected. He notes that sentencing someone to execution for a few insults is a completely different world here. The girl explains that it doesn't seem like Rumia wants to execute him. Wright explains. He says that this time it will be to his advantage. Wright says, wait. The man asks, is there anything to execute here for? The man says that this won't work. The girl and the guy listen. Wright says he's the only one injured, but doesn't see it as a big deal. The man explains that it's a matter of royal guard rules and says that's true, of course, but the man explains that the royal guard is called upon to protect the royal family, and to dishonor the honor of the order is to dishonor the honor of the king, which is why the royal guard's code is so harsh. He says that, therefore, the problem is one of honor, but if they hide the truth, then no one will. The bearded man says that's true, though. Wright says he's not going to tell anyone what happened and asks if Rumia will either. Rumia says she won't. The man sighs, then says with a tense expression, after which he remains silent. The man says they'll hold Larsley responsible if Wright agrees, and asks if he agrees. Wright says fine if he agrees. The girl asks if they will take responsibility. The man explains that the Royal Guard Code contains an article that allows for a special deferment of a guilty person's sentence if they are needed for duty. He explains that this means Larsel will be exempt from punishment until the end. Gord explains that this requires the consent of the victim and the responsible party, and asks if Wright already has his consent. Wright says he already has it. Gord says he will be the responsible party. The man reports that they have fulfilled all the conditions and says that he will determine the task himself. A guy thanks a man. The man says that if Wright does anything else, next time he'll be executed immediately, no questions asked, and he expects him to do everything to clear his honor. Wright says that's exactly how it is. He stands with his eyes closed. The man says that if he changes his mind, he must inform him, and then he will carry out the sentence, adding that this is Wright's right. He replies that he understands. The man wipes his mouth and looks forward, then looks closely at Wright. Wright says there's no need to get angry and asks not to interfere. The man says he's not going to stop. He says that his life is now in his hands and explains that he just wanted to show his strength in a duel. The man reports that the water in the barrel is hot. Wright announces that he brought clean water. The girl thanks him and says that Wright has been a great help. He says there's no need to thank him. There aren't enough hands here. He looks at a man chopping wood. The man is washing his face. The girl is washing the man's face, and he looks dissatisfied. He checks the bed and says it's a bit hard, and whether the girl feels that way. The girl repeats that. The girl says the furniture in this house is top quality. Wright says he was thinking of looking for better materials and making a new bed, after which he confirms it's a great idea. He says he took the shard from Larsel as punishment for what happened. He explains that Larsel's face was very sad, but he didn't dare refuse Rumia's order and gave him the shard. He holds the sword with a note attached that says, the girl asks if Wright wants to make something out of the shard. Wright says he'll make a mattress out of it. The girl explains that torture is prohibited by law, although it's possible with permission from the royal family. He reports that the princess imagined a bed with blades sticking out, which is an unusual imagination for a young girl, and the girl says that she will not torture anyone and will make an ordinary bed out of it. He explains that a spring can be used to make a good mattress, and the girl asks what it is. Wright says he has manufacturing skills and is confident in his abilities, but he's primarily an assassin and has no experience making beds, so he'll have to rely on his memories. He also says he now understands what the item is made of. The girl silently holds the springs in her hands. He reports that there aren't enough materials and suggests making up for the shortage with iron sand. The man looks out the window. Wright says it's his sword. The man orders Larsel to bring wood here. The next panel shows material options: knitwear, straw mat, cotton, and felt. He reports that he can control the carpet, making it move and rise into the air. Wright picks up a small glowing object and places it on the sword's sheath, causing the sword to emit light and vibrate. Wright then quickly draws the sword from its sheath. The image shows him hitting a table tennis ball, directing it towards his opponent. Wright says connection. Wright says connection has begun. He sits down on the bed and says it's better this way. The girl asks if the bed is really made of a sword. He confirms and offers to try it. The girl reaches for the bed with interest. The girl says she can't take it anymore and is about to take off her clothes. Then she falls backward onto the bed, making a falling sound. The girl looks forward in surprise. The woman says it. The man asks how she likes it. The woman says that even though she's a princess, she's never seen such a soft bed. The man says he sees it and she likes it. Wright says he can start mass production and make a ton of money or something. The girl says they not only know how to make medicine, but they also made such a beautiful bed out of a sword, and calls Wright a great guy. The woman says there's plenty of time, and he asks if they're sure about that. He says he'll probably remake all the beds in the house in that style. Wright says he's leaving, and the girl explains she can't let him go. Then the girl quickly takes off her stocking, runs to Wright, and throws herself at him with a smile. He says he can't afford to lose and announces that he's going to show all his strength now. He then jumps into the air and lands on the bed. In the next shot, he punches the ball, which compresses violently upon impact. The girl says she can't move. The insets show her tossing and turning. The woman lies on her side and sleeps. The woman moans and says, "Ah." The man makes sounds. The woman says, "Ah." The man makes sounds. The woman says, "Ah." The woman sits on the bed and says, Wright looks into the room. The woman looks at him. The woman says, Wright says, The woman blushes and sweats. He explains that he dropped the object, and the girl reacts with surprise. The girl hugs the pillow and says it's soft. Then she's surprised and continues to say it's very soft. The man opens the door and announces his arrival. The girl is surprised at first, then again says the pillow is soft. Finally, the girl with the ears hugs the pillow and lies down on the bed. The girl is breathing heavily and says she's having trouble, repeating this several times. Wright knocks on the door and enters the room, noticing the girl sitting on the bed with a hairbrush in her hand. He asks what's wrong. The girl is silent and looks at the pillow. The girl says she has one request. He asks what he doesn't want to ask. The girl asks if she can take this bed to the palace and says that she will definitely pay for it. Wright says here's the thing. The girl sits silently on the bed. He says he can make many of these beds if he has the materials, and says that when the girl is able to return to the castle, she can take the bed with her. The girl says okay. The girl says she can smile now. Wright reports that the new bed has been a great success. The girl thanks him very much. The man tells Larsel not to shirk his work, and Larsel complains about his sword. The next day the man shouts "Father." The girl reports that Wright survived. The man remains silent and touches his chest, saying he survived. The woman announces that King Laius has awakened. The mustachioed man reacts with surprise. Wright says he has an idea and explains it by showing a light bulb. The girl listens silently and thinks about the light bulb. He says he came here to pick up the girl. The girl says he can't do that because she belongs to someone else. The man explains that he's not going to give up and intends to fight for her. A man says he remembers being fatally wounded by a bear and asks if he dreamed it, then says he survived. The man says he survived only thanks to the potion and denies that it was real. The man asks if it was the potion. Wright informs him that this man is Mr. Wright. The girl explains that she healed the wound with a precious level 1 potion. He says that he is a doctor. The man announces that he is leaving and owes his life to his interlocutor, expressing gratitude. The man asks who Wright is and says, "By the way." Wright remains silent. The man laughs and says he's not at all bothered by Wright's manner of speech, and Wright asks if he was offended by his manner of speech. He reports that few adventurers know the basics of etiquette, and explains that this irritates some, but he prefers to ignore it. The man reports that his skin has become smooth and soft, and explains that this is thanks to the use of a new product. Wright says he can't afford to lose this battle because it would mean the end for him. The man explains that he understands the situation and is ready to support Wright. The man says that when he asked this question, he was talking about the personality of the interlocutor. Wright says he did say he was a doctor. The man asks if this is Wright's house, to which Wright replies yes. The man remains silent. He says that this magical lamp emits an even and soft light, which is expensive and found only in the royal palace, and asks where the doctor got such a thing. The doctor explains that his wound was too serious, and the first-level potion did not help. He calls it Nast. The man explains that this means the potion's level was higher. Correct. Wright listens. He says it was second level. A man and a girl silently look at a bottle in the man's hands. Wright reveals that he made a level 2 potion himself. The man asks where he got it and doesn't believe it, then laughs and asks if he's serious. The man offers to demonstrate Wright's skills, to which Wright replies, "Well, fine." The man offers to tell how the royals ended up in such a place in exchange. He asks how the royals ended up in such a place. The man says that if a solution isn't found, he'll have to cancel the surgery. The woman explains that she understands the seriousness of the situation and is willing to help. The man asks if Wright has decided he can make demands on the king. Wright says it's an exchange of equal information. The man agrees and says he'll tell the king about it. The man says that first you need to prove your ability to make level 2 potions. He says that's good. The girl asks her father if he's sure. He says they can't do this without help and allies, and a doctor who can make level 2 potions would be very helpful. Wright says that here are the ingredients and he'll make the potion now. The man and woman listen to him. The man asks if it is medzia grass, and he says it is the most common medzia grass. Wright explains that if the wax isn't melted, it won't be able to penetrate. Wright says the wax can now be poured into the mold. He's grinding something in a mortar, making a hammering sound. The man says Wright has the hands of a master, and he explains that he is the master. Wright says all that's left is to boil it. The man says the same. Wright pours the liquid into the pot. He says that his family lives in this house and explains that he spent his entire childhood here. The man says the red color is pleasant. The man explains that a rich red color is typical for a level 2 potion. Wright prepares the mixture, announcing that it's ready. The man and woman watch the process. Wright continues the preparation using fire. The man asks permission to test it. The man with the mustache says they have no wounded. The man with the mustache says they will soon. The man with the mustache stabs his hand with the knife. The man, and the girl react with surprise. The man with the mustache raises his hand. The man with the beard and the girl turn too. Wright says phew, then he pours water on his hand, after which his hand begins to shine and sparkle. He says that a king can't risk trying it on himself. The man says that it's amazing, and it really is. The man says he couldn't get someone else to do it for him, and Wright explains that if his potion is real, then there won't be any problems, just like there won't be any wounds. He tells her that there's only one way to survive in this world, to kill. The man explains that if you don't kill, you'll die, and the girl says it's terrible, but there's no other way. The man says that he has confirmed his ability to make second-level potions, and as promised, he will tell you why they are here. Wright says he understands, but the other man asks him to keep the information a secret. The man says they're here because of an attempted murder. The man frowns, sighs, and remains silent as he listens. Wright says these are assassination attempts. The man reports that Starkus, a mage from the prince's guard, attempted to kill him and used teleportation magic. The girl asks if this means he teleported the man to the monster. The man confirms this. 2 knights and a man with a mustache express confusion. The man with a mustache says he knows how to handle a sword. The other man orders reinforcements, and the knight agrees. The man with a mustache tries to defend himself from the sudden attack, but doesn't have time to react and nearly gets killed. Wright explains that this is a murder by teleportation. The man and woman listen. The text explains that teleportation magic itself isn't dangerous, but setting a trap in advance and then teleporting the target there is effective. He says he's tried this method before and killed high-level players he couldn't otherwise harm. The man asks for forgiveness and explains that he was supposed to protect. The man tells him to get up. The man explains that no knight could have protected him in time. Besides, the man explains that he was the one who killed the monster and protected the man, wasn't he? The man apologizes and says he wasn't the one who killed the monster. The man with the bandage on his face looks confused. The man with the bandage on his face and the other man with the beard look at each other. The man with the beard asks if it was Larsel, and Wright says no. The girl remains silent. The man says it was him. The woman says she can't believe he's not a doctor. Wright explains he killed him with poison. The man asks if it's poison. The man asks if he made the item himself and explains that it's made from simple ingredients, simply mixed in the right proportions, before revealing that he's also an expert in poisons. The bearded man explains that he's a doctor, but also a strong fighter, and that he's won. The man says that Larsel is, of course, still a child in many ways, but he's a master with a sword, and Wright says exactly that, but he's still lost. At the bottom, it says that Larsel is currently exploring the teleportation zone on the princess's orders. A man reports that he broke Larsel's sword with some unusual technique, and it was very impressive. Another man is surprised that Larsel's sword is broken. The man explains that it's hard to believe, but asks Wright to help him. The third man says they'll put that topic aside for now. Wright explains exactly what. The man says that he's welcome back to the castle. The man reports that the local forest is very dangerous, but he thinks that with the help of a skilled doctor they will be able to return home. Wright says that returning to the castle solves all problems, and the man asks what he means. He says that the magician who sent them to be eaten by the monster will not leave him alone when he returns. The man says that he will return. The man says he can't afford to make a mistake. The man says he can't believe it happened. The girl says it really happened. The man says that the mage, Starkus, should have already been executed for his actions. He seemed very suspicious, and with his disappearance, these suspicions will become clearer. Wright asks if this suspicious man was part of the royal guard. The man says it's impossible. The man explains it can't be true. The girl says she doesn't understand how it's possible. The man remains silent and then says that he wants to understand how Wright ended up in Kosis's guard. The girl says yes. The man says he really doesn't understand why he's acting like that. He asks if Starkus seems suspicious, and the man replies yes. The man reports that people around him have been dying under strange circumstances, and there were rumors that he was putting something in his food. He explains that assigning him to Kosis's guard is a bad idea and that it would be better to hire adventurers. Wright says this while clenching his fist. He says that Kosis must be the prince and asks if he shouldn't have been fired for something like that, at the very least. The man says the punishment should have been reasonable. The man explains that he didn't impose a serious punishment, but merely sent him to wash dishes. Wright remains silent. The man is worried and wonders why this happened. Wright watches silently. He says don't interfere, repeating this several times. Wright asks if anyone in his circle has tried to criticize him. The man replies that no one has said anything, even his advisor, who is always grumbling, has never spoken out against him. He says that everyone hated the magician Starkus. The man says, of course, don't interfere, don't dare. The man repeats, don't interfere. Wright says it's him. The man asks how dare he. Upper right. A man explains that the power of the manipulation depends on the mage's strength, but the spell can be broken if one continues to point out inconsistencies in the memories. Next to him is a hand, symbolizing mind manipulation, which is a very dangerous form of magic. Center. Wright says he can't understand what's going on. The man asks what he's doing. Wright says he doesn't know. He says he didn't expect his interlocutor to still be trying to use magic. The man suddenly strikes, followed by a bright flash. Wright says he thinks if they can't kill him, they'll just break his mind. He says it's the #1 magical instrument, a mouse model. The man replies, not really. First, an explosion and destruction are shown, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire and mechanical action. Then he says that the interlocutor hoped to defeat him with this, and tells him to return when he's 1,000 times stronger. The man asks if this is due to magical wards or if someone helped Lias. Starkus explains that the magic suddenly dissipated at that moment, but at the same time, he will not allow anyone to stand between Lord Lura's Murs and his desire, adding that it doesn't matter. Starkus. The man says that if he lives. The man asks if everyone hated the mage Starkus, to which he replies that, of course, they did. Then the man asks for a moment. Wright looks at the man silently. The man says he acted like a real barbarian, but everyone in the castle treated him like a friend. The boy asks if the king is that bad. The man replies that no, of course not, it's not proper to praise oneself. The girl asks if the king really conspired with the others to drive her out of the castle. Wright says it's clear that it was definitely mind manipulation, and explains that this man is likely already controlling everyone in the castle. The man explains that kings who care for their subjects like him have very little money. Since he ascended to the throne, royal family expenses have decreased. The man says it's mind manipulation. He explains that it's magic that allows you to take control of people. The man says it's mind manipulation. He explains that it's magic that allows you to take control of people. The girl says that no one has ever reacted to Starkus's actions precisely because of this magic. And he says that's most likely true. The man asks why Starkus didn't subjugate the girl if he could, but instead forcibly teleported her to the forest. He explains that the royal family and adventurers. The man says that everything really does add up. Wright remains silent. The man says he needs to be stopped, and if what he says about mind manipulation is true, he could take over his entire kingdom. The man says he doesn't know what to do, and he explains that, however, Wright says that this magic is quite easy to dispel. The man says that it is easy to dispel. He explains that the magic will fade if you kill the caster, meaning the problem will be solved if you kill Starkus. He explains that the magic will fade if you kill the caster, meaning the problem will be solved if you kill Starkus. The man says Starkus can't be killed so easily, but perhaps as a doctor that's hard to understand. Wright says that if there's no easy way to kill him, can't they find another way? He reports that his palace is well guarded and it is almost impossible to get past the guards. Wright says the guards let a mage with mind control inside, and he's sure it's not all that complicated. The man asks what the doctor could possibly know about such a thing, and explains that only a real assassin, capable of sneaking into the castle undetected, could handle it. The man says it's impossible for Wright to know any contract killers. He asks if he has someone in mind. He explains that he can make second-level potions and asks if it's so surprising that he has such acquaintances. The man agrees that if so. The man says that, however, the man says that an ordinary mercenary will not be able to kill him so easily, and explains that his castle is an impregnable fortress, the walls of which many murderers and other rabble have unsuccessfully tried to penetrate. Wright remains silent. The man reports that this is an impregnable fortress. He explains that the defense consists of 3 barriers: the unbreakable barrier, the magic destruction barrier, and the space-breaking barrier, and asks if this is correct. Wright explains that he has given examples of several of the strongest barriers from the Yahello and that, when combined together, they represent a powerful obstacle to any. The man explains that these are all barriers from legends, they don't have anything like that, and says that their castle is surrounded by magic of the class. The man says these are protective walls. The man asks what other protective structures there are, and what the windows look like, for example. The man explains that the windows aren't protected by magic, but there's no need for it, since they're too far away to be affected by spells. Wright says he believes the protective walls are. He says he doesn't even remember the last time he had such a simple order. The man explains that his acquaintance can handle it, although participation is subject to a reward. The man says they need to kill a powerful sorcerer who sits in a protected castle and asks if he's listening. The man explains. The man says that if the interlocutor really knows someone who can help him, he agrees to everything, and asks if this person can really kill Starkus. Wright says he'll only receive the reward if he succeeds. The man asks if that's true. Wright says he's willing to vouch for his success with his life. He says he can't afford to lose. The man says it's not that easy. The man says he's willing to offer any reward and asks to meet the killer. Wright says, "How about right now?" He says that he is a doctor and a hired killer. The man says he can't believe his eyes and asks what they said. 2 mouse model supporting artifacts appear. The man notices them and reacts to them. Wright reveals that he himself is a fellow killer and suggests discussing the reward first, to which the man, perplexed, asks him to wait. He says that from a doctor to a murderer there's only one step, and explains that from something simple one can, for example, concoct a deadly poison. The man silently raises a finger and then drinks from a cup. A robot with a hammer and shield makes noises, trying to attract the man's attention, who looks at it questioningly. Wright says there are only 2 types of people in this world: those who know how to drink tea and those who don't. The man explains that tea isn't just a drink, but an art form, and teaches Wright how to drink it properly. The man says that Starkus is definitely prepared for this, and the other man says that it's more likely. He explains that if something gets into Starkus's body that he can't recognize as poison. The man asks how to poison. The woman explains that she can do many things, including making a poison that can be sprayed over the field where the castle's kitchen grows food. Wright says he can fly the flying artifact into the clouds so the poison mixes with the rainfall and Starkus won't suspect a thing. The man says that making such an artifact will be very difficult and asks if it is possible. Wright says he can't afford to relax because an enemy could appear at any moment. The man says he understands and offers to drink to that. He says the word gift, then presses the device from which liquid begins to flow. Wright announces the launch. A male robot with a cannon fires a fiery projectile. The man notices the projectile and reacts. The male robot crashes into the female robot, crushing her. He says it can't be true and says he can't believe it. The man explains that it's impossible and that he didn't expect it. The girl explains that it really happened. Wright says that's it, and it won't be difficult for him to find a way to kill. The man explains that the key to successful negotiations is to give a convincing demonstration to the client and surprise him. Wright says he has taken a favorable position and now offers to discuss the reward. The girl is surprised and says that water is flowing from the tap, asking why this is happening. The man fills a jug with water. The mouse says there's nothing in this world but mice and suggests not to be afraid. The rat asks what that means. The man says it was a cup he just bought and expresses regret about breaking it. Wright says there's no need to worry, as the cup was cheap. The man explains that the cup was expensive and that he wanted to save it. Wright explains that he accidentally knocked over the cup. He explains that the cups are numbered from 1, right to left, and the faces correspond to the cup numbers in reverse order, starting with the 4th from the left. The man with the beard explains that cup number 4 is empty. In the right panel, the man is silent. In the left panel, the man says he can't believe this happened. The woman explains that it's not a toy, but a real robot, and explains that it can shoot. The man explains that the robot fires 4 bullets at once. Wright says it's very interesting. The man says that if the interlocutor can really kill Starkus, he will not spare a reward for him and then asks what he wants. Wright says he wants land for a personal studio, privacy, and collaboration. The man says there are no problems with the land, and he asks what he means by confidentiality and cooperation. Wright says it's not in his best interests for people to know he's a hitman, and he'd prefer his skills be known only to those he can trust. He says he's offering cooperation. The man asks about cooperation. Wright says cooperation is when both parties are equal. One can ask the other for help, but the other can always refuse. The man says Wright has serious aspirations, to be on equal terms with an entire state. He says that under these conditions he can't force anything to be done and asks if there's anything wrong with this proposal. The man looks at him silently. The man says he agrees to the terms, and Wright says he accepts the order. The man says the target is the mage Starkus, and the reward is land for a personal workshop, confidentiality, and cooperation. He explains that if they go the route of spraying poison on the field, it will take at least a month, but if they do without it and attack directly, it will take less time and asks the sooner the. Wright says to first explain in as much detail as possible about the castle's defenses, and then don't forget to tell him about the spells Starkus uses. The man says the defenses may have changed since he was in the castle. He says he'll find out everything important himself. The man with the question mark says. The man says there's only one person in town who can help, and that's him. The man explains he can't help because he doesn't have time. The man says fine, but asks her to keep this information to herself. The girl comes out of the bathroom. In the room, the man is explaining something to Wright and another man, and the girl is sitting at the table and yawning. The girl notices a toy, which suddenly comes to life and says, "Ouch!" The girl looks at the toy questioningly. The top panel depicts a steam room with smoke and sounds. In the lower right, a girl notices something and comments on it. In the middle panel, a girl is taking a shower. In the lower left panel, a girl peeks around the corner and comments on the dress with a question. In the lower right panel, a girl is relaxing in a bubble bath. Next to, a girl talks about a cat. A woman says something while standing by a bed with toys. The girl explains it's hot. Wright says good night. The man looks at something. The girl goes to bed. He says he can't understand why he can't win and explains that he should have won. The man says he should keep training and not give up. He comes back and says he's back. The man says he's glad Wright is back and offers to continue training. He takes. The man says they are in the kingdom of Mises, pointing to a map with Rhinalaria and their location marked. Wright, the man, and the other man express surprise. The man explains something, and Wright listens. The man and Wright laugh, and the man continues his explanation. The man sits down on the bed and the girl says that this is all she can tell about the palace and Starkus, and understands that fulfilling the order will not be easy. A man with dark hair says good morning. A man with a mustache asks if the girl is awake. Another man greets the princess, and yet another man says good morning, addressing. The man asks Wright if he thinks anything will work out, and Wright replies that he does. Wright says that if he understood correctly, he hasn't had such an easy order in a long time, and a few artifacts will be enough to prepare. The man repeats that a few artifacts will be enough to prepare. He says they'll start with a murder using artifacts and assume nothing has changed in the castle since he left. A man in armor gives a thumbs up and holds a frying pan with a spoon. A girl looks at a plate of food being handed to her. The man explains that he doesn't understand contract killings and leaves the planning to Wright, and Wright thanks him for it. The man says city. He says it's about 3 hours from here to the capital. Wright says they are near Leneralia and confirms this with the word yes. He says he needs 500 magic stones, 30 kilograms of iron, and 10 kilograms of bronze, and asks if the other person can get them for him. He explains that if he gathers the materials, he can complete the order in a day. The man says there's a Kuruan Trade Alliance headquarters in Leneralia. The head of the Kuruan Alliance can help. Materials can definitely be obtained there. Wright says he understands and asks if the man has money. The man begins to move energetically, using his many hands to do something. The man says it's too sudden and he says it means no. Wright asks if there are any others left. The man, woman, and boy silently shake their heads. He asks if they can pay by check. The man explains that if a member of the Royal Guard uses a check, it is immediately reported to the Order's headquarters. He says that's the same for him. The man says that if they find out he's alive, everything could fall apart. Wright says that's best avoided and suggests they obtain materials without direct contact to obtain bronze and iron. He could hunt monsters for stones. He says bronze is a rare material. The man explains that if it's something small, it's no problem, but 30 kilograms of iron and 10 kilograms of bronze are already quite expensive, and there's no way to do it without direct contact. Wright reports that this world is not as technologically advanced as his home world, so iron is hard to mine, and for this order he needs both. He says they can sell something to get materials in return. Wright says it's a level 2 potion and suggests maybe selling it. The man explains that potions themselves are very valuable, but it's best to keep a level 2 potion to yourself. He says he can make a level 4 potion since they have time, and suggests trying higher level potions, to which the man is surprised and asks if he's serious. The man explains that potions above level 2 are so valuable that they will immediately attract the attention of many, and says that all of. Wright says 1 potion every 3 years is almost nothing, and that he would never have thought it was such a treasure. The man says they're valuable but not so rare as to be considered suspicious, and says they can get down to business then. He asks what about level 0. The right panel shows bottle caps popping out of their necks. In the left panel, Wright says it's pure water as he pours it from the bottle. He explains that it's not just water, but a potion that can change fate. A man, a girl, a boy, and a man with a beard are surprised and react to what he said. Wright explains that if potions are diluted with water, their levels decrease. He reveals that he added water to the potion and created a level 0 potion. The man says they know, but asks Wright if he knows what he did. The man explains that such a potion is produced once every 3 years, and he diluted it with water and made a level 0 potion out of it. Wright says that making such a potion takes 2 minutes and there is no need to worry about it, and then says that the fate of the state is more important here. The man says that there is nothing in this world that money cannot buy. The man explains that he's never known anyone who could make potions so easily, so he's still a little shocked. Wright says you'll get used to it soon. The man explains that these are level 2 potions, to make a level 0 potion. The right panel says that the level 0 potions are ready. He asks if they can definitely be sold, and the man asks to trust him. The man says it's best to sell at night and asks why he's waiting so long. Wright explains that if he goes out now, he might run into one of the royal guards, and that they can't be sure who's friend or foe, so it's best to avoid that. The man calls out Gord's name. He says he can help, and that's logical. The man asks what it is and tells her to take it with her. Wright reports that this is a magical camouflage tool. The man says he uses a special technique and he expresses surprise. Wright reports that he really doesn't look like a Gord at all, and that he has a different face. The man is surprised and asks if this is true, explaining that he has a mustache. He says he can take him to the city and asks if it's hard to carry 500 magic stones alone. The man exclaims, surprised that he can do such a thing. Several characters confirm that the voice belongs to Gord. The man says Larsel will carry the things. The man and Larsel explain that they know how to avoid running into monsters and ask not to worry about them. Wright says he realized Larsel's appearance has changed, but his voice remains the same, and asks them to try not to run into any. He explains that you need to whisper stop to return to your real face, and to return to your disguise you need to whisper start. A man and a girl say start. 2 men say stop. The man and the boy say they'll be back soon. Wright says to be careful. He tells them that this is a place where they can hide and watch the house, and then explains that they must wait for the right moment to go inside. Wright reports that this house is completely unsuitable for creating magical tools and needs to be remodeled. The man walks toward the house. The woman says there should still be materials left. The man turns to Wright, who says yes. The man says he wanted to ask for advice on something else. Wright says that if he can't win, he will die. On the wall to the right are photographs with faces and text. He's sitting on the left. A man with short blonde hair is on the right, and between them stands a man in long clothes and a hat, raising his hand. The man on the right announces that they've received important information, and he explains that they now need to act according to plan. The man approaches Wright and says he wanted to ask about the artifact, whether it could be used to take on the appearance of a specific person. Wright says the man is cunning. He states that his target is an unknown god, and the support of the kingdom of Mrs. will not harm him. The man asks if it will be possible to order artifacts from him after completing the task. Wright says that this is possible for a certain fee. The man then says, the girl yells at her father to take a look and tells him that Maki has fixed up his clothes, making them look brand new. The girl asks if she's interrupting, to which the man replies that they've already discussed it. Wright says they'll talk about it after the order, and the man agrees. The girl smiles. The man asks what they discussed. The woman says she asked for something. He suggests building a simple workshop. Wright says he's turning a lever, causing a large stone block with a symbol to move. A man and a woman watch the scene. Wright explains that the stone begins to rise and shift, causing the wall to collapse. He says that killing Starkus is not his main goal. He is here to kill Masur Zuul, the god of this world. Wright explains that the assassination order and cooperation with the king are merely transitional points. He then speaks of connection and transformation. He states that his target is an unknown god, and the support of the kingdom of Mrs. will not harm him. Wright says that if a god's power depends on people's faith in him, then he can certainly find a use for an entire country. He states that he is not going to give up and will continue to fight. He then stands on the slope and explains that his strength and determination will not allow him to retreat. Wright says he needs to build a good relationship with them. A man stands with a gun near some large boxes, and next to him is another man with a flame around his hand. A man says they're back and asks if they were followed, and another man says the job was great. Wright reports that the two of them carried 140 kilograms of luggage, consisting of 100 kilograms of magical stones, 30 kilograms of iron and 10 kilograms of bronze. The man says they are in excellent physical shape. He reports that he is impressed that they carried everything together. Wright says the quality of the iron is certainly not the best, but it will be enough. Wright says these are medicinal herbs that Larsel picked up along the way. The man reports that Larsel picked up medicinal herbs along the way. Wright says these are medicinal herbs that Larsel picked up along the way. The man reports that Larsel picked up medicinal herbs along the way. He picks up a few rings. The man says they might come in handy. The boy explains that he understood. Wright says he has no intention of giving up. He says that the materials are there and it's time to get to work. And the man says that he will seal the doors and windows with magic, and if anything happens, he should be called from outside. The man replies that it's fine. Wright says it's all because the methods for creating murder tools are a closely guarded secret. The man remains silent. He says secrecy is one reason, but the biggest reason is their danger to others. The old man asks if that's a danger. He explains that creating murder weapons is a dangerous business. The old man agrees that he's right. The guy says he'll keep an eye on Larsel so he doesn't start banging on the door. Wright thanks him and advises him to go to sleep. He'll take care of the rest. He announces that they will be heading to the castle tomorrow, and that he has prepared an open bath that they can use and made it next to the workshop. He explains that they only have one try, so they need to be 100% ready. Wright says this job will take all night, especially given their circumstances, and they can't drag it out. The man in armor asks if he'll have time to use up all the materials before morning. Another man is surprised, says they're leaving tomorrow, not today, and asks if this is a bathtub. He says that they need to recapture the castle and the state with it as soon as possible. The man thanks him. Wright announces the transformation of the box containing the objects and performs a magical act, creating glowing discs. He says expansion. He steps on the surface, creating vortex rings. He stands in the center of a glowing circle, surrounded by many glowing dots. Robots begin to gather and activate around Wright. Wright announces the name of the secret maneuver workshop, the Cave of 1,000 Monkeys, and then says he'll begin. The next scene shows people preparing for battle and a robotic leg stepping on the ground. It then cuts to 3 men standing at a table and a view of the forest. The final shot. The image does not contain speech bubbles or text. It only shows a house in the forest. In the upper right corner, men take cover from approaching danger. In the center right, a mechanical bird takes off sharply and heads toward its target. In the lower right corner, Wright and another man grab their weapons and prepare for battle. He says stop. He explains that the crow is his messenger. The man and the boy react with surprise. Wright reveals that he ran away during a test run and apologizes. The man asks Wright if he's finished, to which Wright replies yes. He says that you can take this. In the top right panel, a man asks if Wright did this today. In the top left panel, Wright says everything is securely packed, so even if something falls, it's no big deal. He says he can't afford to be weak because weakness means death. The man says there's no place for the weak in this world and that only the strong survive. Wright says the time has come. The man says it really has come. He announces that today he will carry out his first assassination order in another world and asks if they remember the essence of the operation. The man says that they will disguise themselves and infiltrate the city, then wait for Wright in a safe place with Wybane, and explains that once Wright completes the order, he will give them a signal and they can leave. He says everyone has magical tools for disguise and asks them to use them. The man says he'll handle the situation after Starkus's murder himself, and he confirms this with the word, yeah. The old man, the bearded man, and the spiky-haired man say start. The dark-haired man also says start, and the girl begins to say start with difficulty. The old man explains that yesterday was different and that he prepared the tools so that everything would go as unnoticed as possible. The girl explains that if she does. Wright asks why. The man explains that the artifact can be used to change gender. The man says stop. The man says he saw a wanted poster in town yesterday about them. A woman and 3 men were wanted, and that it might be the work of Starkus guards. The man explains that he thinks someone. He says that 4 men are also suspicious, and 4 girls will look unnatural, so it would be best to have 2 men and 2 women. Then one will be the mother, the other the father, and the king and princess will be the children. Gorda agrees with this plan and says that they will pretend that they. Wright says that if they are going to pretend to be traitors, then why shouldn't he be a father? He reports that, based on yesterday's information, there's a high probability that they're currently actively searching specifically for him. He explains that while one's voice can be changed, one's speech style cannot. However, if given a role very different from one's own, it will change the situation. The man says that it's not necessary to think things through that way. Wright asks Gore and Razzle if they agree. Razzle replies yes, and Gore says naturally. He tells you to press the button on top to change the gender and says start. The man looks at the device in his hand. The woman is silent. The man says it's too much. Another man says it will make them stand out even more. Wright explains that he can adjust their height and build and asks them to give him the artifact. Two men ask what happened and if something is wrong. One of them orders them not to look like that. The girl laughs. The girl apologizes. He says it's nothing. The man, the boy, and the old man look at them silently. The woman says that this place is only for those who aren't afraid of death, and explains that it's also where you'll find those who have lost hope. The man explains that this place is called the Edge of Despair, and that it's where souls who can't find peace end up. Wright says he came here to understand. He tells Maki to take the little creature with him, as it might come in handy. Maki thanks Wright and tells him a huge thank you. Wright asks if everyone is ready. He announces that it's time to win back Mrs. He says it's time to go. A girl and a boy run ahead. A man with a beard and a woman in a hat follow them. Wright says he has nearly 1,000 victories behind him, standard goals, and an endless stream of monotonous orders. The voice says that he has not seen the flames that engulf the sky and the earth for a long time. Wright says he can't afford to die because he has a dream he wants to achieve. He explains that he has no intention of giving up and intends to see it through to the end. He says that this time his goal is God and asks if everything can finally change. The next page shows him sitting on a chair, next to which hang 3 glowing symbols with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Wright explains that to activate the trap, you need to press all 3 boxes simultaneously. He explains that the ring on his finger will glow when the trap is activated. He reports transformation. Wright explains that these are first and second level magical seals that create protection. He explains that these seals activate when an enemy approaches, creating a barrier capable of repelling attacks. He announces the start of the opening. Then the mechanism marked with the number 1 appears, which begins to move. Next, the mechanism marked with the number 2 appears, which also begins to move. Finally, he announces the start, simultaneously pressing the button. Wright reports that enemy troops are approaching. He explains that it's rats attacking them. Wright explains that the rats are advancing in large groups and are difficult to stop. He reports that the attack has begun and missiles are aimed at the target. He explains that drones are monitoring and controlling the situation from the air. He explains the current situation and strategic plan, observing what is happening through the device. Wright explains that he can create glowing figures with his sword. He announces that he is activating a protective barrier and demonstrates how it creates an energy circle. The man watches this, and then the barrier begins to repel the attack aimed at him. Wright says it's great. He reports that the central command system is normal and that he has entered all the information regarding the target, and also states that he is fully combat ready. Then the command to begin the operation is given. The man says he can't understand what's going on and asks for an explanation. The woman reports that Wright was right. The man with the stick, Wright, the girl in the hat, and the girl walk together. The man in the cap receives coins. The girl says that at first glance they act normal, but in reality they seem lifeless with cloudy eyes. The man says it's as if someone is controlling them. The man is silent. The woman asks for forgiveness. The girl says ah. The man says the girl should watch where she's going, calling her a minor, and laughs. The girl reports that a fire has broken out in the city and that they need to leave immediately. The man explains that the fire is spreading quickly and is dangerous for everyone. Wright, the boy, and the girl stare at the flames with alarm and numbness. The girl says she can't believe this happened. A woman reports that a man is in trouble. Wright stands next to the girl and boy watching the scene. The man with the sword explains that he has no problems. The man says that's how it should be and laughs. The girl puts coins in the man's hand. The man shows 3 coins in his palm. He, the girl, and the man walk down the street. The girl apologizes. Wright says it's nothing. The woman asks Larsley if he has ever been angry with Wright, and the man explains that Larsley is too emotional and if they quarrel now, the whole plan could suffer. The man says that in moments like these, you can't let your emotions get distracted. The girl says that Wright has made new equipment, and they'll just have to wait for the right moment to use it. The man asks if they should stop in such a simple place as it could be unsafe. Wright understands this, but explains that if the man says there's no better place for them right now than this hideout in Wyban. He explains that this is the castle's airspace, and they need to find out the target's location first. Wright reports that the magic counter has been activated. He explains that if the opponent is a high-ranking mage, he will be able to locate them by their strong magical energy. He says he might be there. The guy says the magical barrier most likely appeared only recently. The man reacts with surprise. Wright reports that the barriers are easy to destroy from the inside, but they are highly resistant to attacks from the outside, and it is unlikely that they will be blown up by artifacts. The little animal informs that in this case hidden help is coming, after which many of these little animals quickly run down the street and leave the building. Wright explains that no matter how serious the castle's security is, no one will guard a sewer pipe with a diameter of 30 centimeters. The mice report that giant rats have appeared in the city, destroying everything in their path. A man explains that these rats are extremely dangerous and must be stopped immediately. Wright explains that there are dog-like creatures in this world that can be dangerous. He explains that these creatures have sharp teeth and can attack suddenly. He informs that there is a fireball trap below and warns to be careful. Wright says everything is fine. The man announces the start of the data collection process. He reports that Gord is speaking and they have arrived at the overnight location. Wright says he's received it and asks if everything is in place. The man explains he didn't know the castle windows were protected by a barrier, but he can handle it. The girl asks how things are outside the castle. The man replies that everything is fine and asks how Wright is doing. The woman reports that the entire population is in a trance, as predicted. The girl says that even children are in this state. The girl says she couldn't imagine Starkus was capable of such profound mind manipulation. Wright asks if Starkus has such powers, why did he only use them now? He says that who knows? Maybe he was waiting for the right moment, and then asks, the moment? The man reacts to this with surprise. The man says he has some ideas, but he's probably just too nervous. Wright asks what he could have been expecting. The man explains it doesn't matter and asks Wright if he remembers what he asked for the day before he left. He says he will take care of Prince Kosis if he finds him, and that he remembers everything. The man says he is counting on Wright and asks him to be careful. Wright says to come in. The men go inside. The man apologizes for disturbing Regan Starkus. The boy says it's his chance and quickly runs after the small animal. Wright says it's defensive magic and reports that he nearly exposed himself. The man with the furry beast says he'll try ranged combat then. He says, damn, you can't see him from there. The sound of a door closing. Wright reports that this room is much better prepared for an assassination attempt than it might seem at first glance. The man asks how the religious conversion mission is going. The man reports that they have sent missionaries to 10 cities who are actively educating the people about their religion, and yesterday alone they managed to bring in 246 new believers. The right panel depicts animals making a sound of surprise. The guy says 246 isn't enough. Wright says that conversion to religion means a desire to change the object of faith. First, he took control of the state, now it's. He reports that the missionaries are trying their best, but it is quite difficult to convince people to give up the gods they have believed in for so many years, so things are going slowly. Wright asks if there are other gods in this world besides the goddess Midzis and the evil god Masur Zuul. Starkus explains that his mind manipulation isn't working here, and the results are still unsatisfactory. So he needs to try harder, otherwise he won't be able to save the country from destruction. The man says that they need to be convinced with a whip and a fist, and reports that for this purpose a detachment of inquisitors has been created, which will begin work from tomorrow. The animals say that it is wonderful and advise to be firm in your faith, and the man says that he understands, Mr. Starkus. Wright explains that the false name for the founding of a new religion and the goddess Mises spoke of Masur Zuul resorts to such methods, and it seems more like coercion through torture than persuasion. The girl asks Gord, and he confirms that he is here. The girl says that she wants. He asks about the benefits, and the woman explains that it's a young religion, started about 30 years ago, and that there are real benefits to this faith, which is why it has recently gained a significant following. She explains that the foundation of their religion is charity for the people, and that they give out free bread. Wright says this religion is popular among the people, but there are many dark rumors about it, and the question is where they get the money for it. He reports that they lure people with handouts, but the source of this money is unknown, which is truly suspicious. He reports that, by the way, they also have a goddess Mises. Most of the residents over 30 years old, including him, profess faith in her, and in Lura's Marza is mostly believed by young people. Wright says he's just curious, and the man asks why he's even asking. Then the creature appears and says it welcomes the guests, calling them Sting and Bada. Wright is surprised by the power and asks where it comes from. The man warns that the city is no longer in danger and they've been discovered. In the upper right corner, a girl parries a blow from a huge creature that destroys a wall. Below, the creature continues to destroy the building. In the lower right corner, a man and a boy shout to Rumia and Surgor. In the center, a boy with a sword strikes the creature. In the lower left corner, the guy fires a gun. The man says they had a flawless plan. The guy with needles on his head tells Starkus he's overflowing with energy. Wright explains that it's their teacher, Lord Lias, and asks if he's dead. The man says they are members of the Royal Guard, controlled by Starkus, and he's certain of it. The woman says not to compare them to the castle's puppets. Wright announces that they are completely free and is happy that there are now 2 of them. Sting asks for silence. Wright explains that if there were 2 of them, he would have cut down both with 1 blow, calling it strength, adding that they are the chosen ones. He states that if he cannot win, he will die, and explains that he cannot afford to lose. Wright says he can't let this happen, and the man says he will stop him. The woman says he's in a hurry. The man says they're curious how they knew they were here, and offers to look at the old man's magic mark from Kuruin. He warns them not to be fooled, as the head of the Kuruin Merchant Guild would never take their side. And Wright explains that the head of the Kuruin Trade Guild, with his keen eyes, would immediately recognize what was going on. The man reacts with surprise. The guy throws a punch, creating a vortex of energy. The man reports that he is very slow. The woman says they sold 100 first-level potions of unknown origin together, and it's worth asking whose help they managed to do so. Wright explains that one might think they were preparing to escape, but then, just a day later, they emerged from the magical forest and returned to the kingdom. The man asks who knows, maybe it was the woodcutter. He wants to ask why they joined Starkus and are helping him take over the kingdom, what drives them, money or power. He explains that this old man doesn't understand anything and says how simple their thinking is. He asks. The man speaks of strength, explaining that people are weak, and a powerful ruler can grant them the power that will set them free, allow them to conquer everything around them, and take everything from others. The woman explains that they will not defend a king whose throne can be so easily taken from him. The man asks. Wright says that the kingdom of Mises will come under the leadership of Lura's Mers. Wright reports that this is indeed the case. The man abruptly steps on the girl's foot, who makes a noise of surprise. Wright shouts for them to come here. The man and Wright are on alert, and the man fends off the attacks. Wright. The woman says there's too much noise, and the man orders them to be quiet. He shouts traitors, and delivers a powerful blow with his flaming sword. The man and the boy step back, and the woman stands with the flaming sword in her hand. The man reports that he felt sick from the speeches alone. Wright says that Sir Gord is a bit late. He says he was in a hurry and suggests he try to escape from that house first and run here to the 3rd floor. The man tells Rumia that he's glad she's okay, and Rumia calls the man father. The man addresses Rumia by name. Wright says how he is. The man reports that his legs hurt. He says he didn't imagine it and it was projection magic. The man says that they shouldn't think they'll leave in peace and laughs. 2 knights and a man in a suit stand nearby. The guy says he'll skin them and hang 2 of them on the gate for everyone to see, make a rug out of the old man's skin, and a handbag out of the princess, and he thinks it's a great idea. The man says that he asks your majesty to step aside. The man says they won't let him go any further. The man expresses surprise. Wright says they will show the impudent ones what King Misas's confidants are capable of. The man explains to the girl that he fell in the hay and was injured, and then they walk down the stairs together. The man tells the girl that he climbed onto some boxes, and then they climb down together. The man reports that 3 people attacked him, but he fought them off. Wright delivers a powerful punch, creating a vortex of energy. The man and the boy quickly approach the vortex. Wright watches intently, preparing for his next move. He explains that the butterfly wings magic is dangerous, but he has no fear of a knight who relies on magic for everything. The man says that this is the young talent of the Royal Guard, Sir Marcel, and asks what he thinks about it. He explains that Mr. Wright screams, releasing a powerful butterfly-shaped attack that hits multiple opponents. He says he survived and it's amazing, and the other man says they're just getting started. Wright tells Sting, the man laughs. The man reports that Sting managed to dodge it, but that's where his luck ran out. The man explains the nail gun move. The man and Wright attack Sting. The man looks forward. The man continues to look forward. The man tells Wright he's remembered something and hands him an object. He asks what it is. The man explains it's breakfast for Wright because he didn't eat yesterday. The man asks if Wright remembers his request. Wright says everything is ready and asks for a moment. The man asks what it is. Wright says he'll start with gourd. The guy says the shield has protective enchantments, will be able to repel enemy attacks and will come in handy. The man says it's a shoulder shield with simple defensive enchantments. The man expresses surprise. The man uses the spell, Immovable Barrier. The man explains it's immovable. Wright says thank you Sir Gourd, and Gourd says that they are no longer the same people they knew and warns them to be careful. The guy says there can't be even a scratch and asks what kind of shield it is. The man next to him watches silently. The guy tells Sting to stay calm and says that his magic is not afraid of any shield. Wright explains that no matter how strong the shield is, you just need to attack in a way that it can't deflect. The man reacts to this. He talks about fragments of those butterfly wings and addresses his interlocutor as Your Majesty. The man and the girl react to what he said. The scene depicts the movement of fire or flames spreading from right to left and from top to bottom. Wright reports what King Leia says next and that it is for him. He says the directional barrier is an attack and says not to worry about him because he's ready. The man explains that the directional barrier is a manual operation. The guy calls it a directional barrier. The man confirms and says it's a manual operation. The guy warns that the directional barrier is. Wright says he can't afford to lose and explains that if he falls, it's all over. The man runs forward and strikes his opponent. The guy says it's the enchanted sword, Flame Ceremony. Wright informs them that of all the equipment they've been given, the only one they can use for attack is a sword, and he's chosen items that will ensure safety, as combat isn't planned. Wright explains that the sword is made from the wood of a blazing tree. It's strong but not durable, and warns them to be careful, as it can be damaged. He says to wait for a chance and use it wisely. A man, a girl, and another man listen. The guy screams, "Bastard!" And Wright says, "Ow!" The man says the flame ceremony is just some stick and asks if it's a joke. The man expresses confusion. The guy coughs and says he thought he was done for and thanks Bada. Wright tells Bada. The man remains silent. He explains that to awaken the sword's power, it must be set on fire, adding that everything must be done by oneself because he can't be trusted. The man asks what happens after the fire, and he says it's unclear. The guy tells him to come here if he doesn't value his life, and that the other guy will regret not being able to kill him. Wright asks him to wait. He and the man discuss how no one is surprised by their attack and is not trying to run away, which seems strange. He explains that the opponents did not even try to escape and seem to be prepared in advance. The man says that it really is. Wright says, "Damn it," and calls for Mr. Starkus. The barrier is then shown being destroyed, followed by the building exploding. He is silent. The man says he's accepted a hit job and asks where the explosion is coming from. Wright says he heard it and asks if it was him. The man and others react to the sound of the explosion. The boy shouts that it's a trap and they need to get back to the castle quickly, and the man asks if they expected to hear that. The man explains that Mr. Starks doesn't need their protection. He doesn't know who decided to attack or from where, and if he thought he'd be killed, he'll soon realize it was a big mistake. Wright reports that the attack deflection type defensive barrier was able to repel this attack and rates it as good. The man silently looks ahead. He explains that the barrier lasts for a maximum of 2 seconds, showing a sequence of attacks on the barrier with timestamps of 0.00, 0.05, and 2.04 seconds. Wright explains how he plans to counter the next attack. He says that he is calling upon the power of magic and asks it to come to his defense. The scene shows a powerful explosion with fire and debris ejected. A man reports that shooting has started in the castle and that something is happening there. The girl says it's a warning sign and that they need to be careful. Wright explains that this is a protective field that will prevent the enemy from approaching the castle. He explains that it is created from magical energy and is capable of repelling any attacks. He drinks silently from a cup against the backdrop of loud bangs. Wright says it's a magic song and a heavy opponent, then a dong 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 sound is heard. The man says that he couldn't cope. Wright says that naturally, nothing compares to Mr. Starkis's power, adding that magic blossoms in them as well. The man explains that the nail gun fires pellets. The man reports that their attacks have become stronger and makes a sound of effort, and the other man reacts with surprise. The man laughs and says he couldn't imagine such strength, and Gorda calls it his strength and thanks Mr. Starkis for no longer being a rookie who was beaten in training. Gorda explains that the man is still as inattentive as he was then, to which the man replies that he might be. Then comes the demonstrations. Wright says, "Damn." Wright fends off the attack and then looks forward with a determined expression. He says maybe he should stop ignoring him and asks if Larsel thinks a knight who relies on magic isn't even close to him. Larsel reveals the name of the move, Butterfly Dance, Death's Rhapsody. The boy turns his head sharply. A man with a raised hand screams and flies forward, surrounded by a vortex of energy, followed by 3 more men. Wright says he can't let the enemy get close to him. The guy says he's not going to retreat and is going to attack. He delivers a powerful kick, creating an energy blast that sends the man flying backwards. The boy says he can't let the enemy get close and begins the attack, moving forward sharply. The man explains that now is the decisive moment, and he too moves forward rapidly. The man says Boris must struggle and suffer, coming face to face with the sword art of the royal court, and Wright laughs and says that's great. He makes a clicking sound. Wright says this has happened before. He asks if his opponent hurt him and says he can't believe he managed to do that. He says the main question is how he was able to withstand his attacks with this piece of junk. Wright states that he cannot afford to make a mistake and explains that if he misses, he will die. The man expresses surprise as he delivers a powerful blow with his sword, creating a sparkling whirlwind. Wright says that the magic sword can't be, he doesn't know how to use combat magic, and asks if he charged it with energy. The man says he won't be afraid of a knight who relies on magic. He then explains that this is true. They're not training, so he'll give it his all. The woman says he's an impudent fellow. The woman says he's memorized her attacks and she's no match for him. The man explains it's a joke. Wright says so. The man asks Larsel not to get ahead of himself, and Larsel asks His Majesty for forgiveness. The man says to step back and rest for a while. The woman says they've underestimated their enemies, and if they don't attack with focus, they'll have a hard time, but with Wright's weapon, they have a chance of victory. Wright apologizes for his rudeness and says that if they simply defend themselves, they'll miss out on victory. He says he will not allow the name of the kingdom to be desecrated any longer misses. Wright says he should have listened to his former majesty. Wright says to watch. The man and the boy look at Wright. The man yells that Gord is behind him, but he reports that he can't hear. The man tells them to run. The boy runs after him and Wright points forward. The man says it's dangerous and tries to run away from the explosion. He says he can't let the enemy get away. Wright says it's speed, and at the same time tells whether he will make it. He states that he can't afford to lose and explains that if he falls, it will all be over. A man reveals that he let everyone down when they were teleported into the forest. The guy delivers a powerful kick, creating a bright flash of light. Wright announces that he has lost. He reports that the sword cuts through space, creating glowing sparks. The man reports that he now has a magical mark on him. Wright says it's failure after failure and asks what all his training was for then. The girl says that at least this time she. The man says that if there's no resistance, he won't harm her. The girl explains that they're not going to surrender. The man says that then they'll have to fight. The guy shouts to Larsley. Wright reports that he's the first to go. The night before leaving on a mission, a man near Wright's house reports that he heard it could help in the preparation of potions and magical tools. Wright says he can't let his opponent escape. The man explains that his arm is paralyzed and he won't be able to move. He explains that the object has a magical mark that can be used to determine their location. The man asks if something is wrong. The man orders them to stop, and he says he'll get rid of the object now. The man tells her to leave her where she is, explaining that Starkus will most likely be protected by his loyal assistants, Sting and Bata, who could interfere with them. Larsel says yes. The man says that once Wright is done preparing, they will infiltrate the capital and that they will act as bait, using a mark to lure Starkus's lieutenants away from the castle. Wright reacts to this. 2 knights warn King Misi Isa that it is too dangerous to go with him, but he refuses and says that he will not allow anyone to risk it for him, as he is the king of Misi Isa. The king tells Rumia that she will remain with the city, but Rumia says that she will go with them. The man says it's very dangerous and asks if she understands. The girl understands and says that's why she'll go with them, asking if this is true, father. Wright says he can't afford to lose because then he'll lose everything. The girl explains that if he loses, he won't be able to protect those he cares about. The man tells Gord that if anything goes wrong, he should take his daughter with him and retreat, to which Gord replies that he absolutely does. The girl thanks the man for his understanding and calls him her father. The guy asks if everyone will be going together. The man explains that it looks like that and asks Wright if he can make another level 2 potion. Wright says then he will prepare something even more useful than potions. He says he never succeeds at anything and asks what all his training was for, even though he tried this time. The man calls Larsel. Larsel coughs and the man screams his name. The man says he can't let Wright and his friends leave, explaining that if they do, everyone left in the city will die. Wright says he has no intention of running away and intends to fight to the end. The man says he will fight alongside Wright. The man says it's impossible, and he explains that he's using the power of the wind to create a tornado and attack. The girl says it's impossible and says she can't believe what's happening. The man explains that it really happened and that now they need to take action. The woman asks the princess not to leave her, but the man remains silent. The woman tells Larsel to lie still. The man tells her to flee from here with the king. Wright says he might be able to help, and the man asks for forgiveness. The man says he's tarnished the name of the Mrs. Kingdom again. The girl orders him to lie still. He says it's painful to watch the futile struggle, and confirms this with the word, aha. The girl reacts sharply. The man with the sword shouts, Rumia. The man announces that he uses a special technique and demonstrates it by creating a powerful whirlwind. The man explains that this attack is capable of destroying everything in its path. The man tells them to retreat, and Wright says he won't let the former majesty escape. He says that if there is no resistance, he will not harm. He says that if someone tries to escape, he will kill them. Wright says that he and his interlocutor are the same age and asks why then they are so different. The woman says she doesn't understand what's going on, and the man expresses surprise. The voice invites Larsel to join their side and says that he is suitable for the role of the chosen one. Wright says that under Master Starkus's wing, his power will increase tenfold, and the king and princess are nothing but a burden, so he should abandon them and join them. The man repeats the word burden with a question. The man says it's power. The man remains silent. Loud sounds of impacts and explosions can be heard against the backdrop of mountains and forests. Wright says it's a long magical chant, adding that it's longer than 5 words, something only true professionals can do. He says, and announces that he'll try this. He explains that this is one of the magical tools he's prepared for the assassination. 3 magical super rockets of a special composition. He explains that the rockets are quite heavy, so they can't take off without boosters, but they contain a lot of magical gunpowder. He adds, Wright says the situation is dangerous. He explains that powerful magic, as well as their god, will provide a strong shield and calls for them to come to his defense. He says that even the most powerful mages in VLO aren't capable of such a thing and asks how many words there are. The remaining frames depict a powerful destructive action. The image shows an explosion with smoke and destruction spreading across the ground. Wright says he doesn't understand what kind of monster is in front of him. He says that he really has to take advantage of this. Wright says that if he abandons the king and princess, he will become stronger. The man invites Larsel to join them. Wright asks who they think he is. He says that he is a royal knight and his power and future belong to the royal family, and also explains that he will not give them any power because a man without honor is just an animal. Wright says it's a shame, he thought the other guy was the type to look forward. The man remains silent. He says that since the girl does not want to listen to the teachings of Mr. Masur Zuul is no different from those dolls and can only become the basis for great successes. Wright says the dolls are the foundation. The girl explains that they're talking about the inhabitants of the kingdom ruled by Starkus. The man reacts to this. The man screams, warning the princess not to come near. Then he falls to the ground, screaming ow. The girl says that she wants to understand what they want to get by playing with the lives of their subjects, and asks if they want to master the power and regenerate the kingdom of Mrs. Wright says he can't afford to lose. He says it's not just an illusion but a real attack. The girl explains that it's magic, capable of destroying everything around her. Wright is silent and looks at his hand with the bandage. Then he says that he does not understand why this happened because the girl wanted to kill her. The girl says her hand trembled under the gaze of another girl. Wright says his tiny figure feels so big to him. He asks why hers is so small. The man calls her a princess. The woman says it's impossible because he's too strong. The man says he can't afford to lose. The man explains that if he loses, it'll all be over. The girl screams for her father. The man says he feels a gigantic magical force. Another man orders her to hide behind him, as something strange is happening to the other man. The guy tells Sting he's distracted, and the second guy demands he finish her off. Wright says he can't afford to lose because then he'll die. He explains that if he loses, his body will be destroyed. The monster says the word distracted. He tells Sting what's going on. Masur may have been shaken. Zulia. He reports that the man's faith has been shaken by the words of his former colleague. The man apologizes and asks if it's Mr. Starkus' voice, but he tells him to remain silent. Wright says this means the other person is no better than the rest of the scum of the earth. A man says it's the end, and at the same time another man says he won't give up. Wright announces that they intend to incinerate their souls and turn them into a magical attack, and asks Mr. Starkus for forgiveness. Starkus says that this is all the power of their souls and calls them true scum. He uses the fusion magic Spiral Requiem. The man remains silent. He says he's in pain and doesn't understand what's happening. Turning to Bata. Then he says that it shouldn't be like this. Wright says he can't understand why it all ended this way. He asks if they've made a mistake somewhere. The man on the right is shouting. The man on the left is standing with a gun and looking at the group of people in front of him. The man in the center is explaining something to the group. Wright announces that it's about to begin. The man shouts at Gord and tells him to run, as he won't be able to hold out for long. The man says he won't abandon another. The man tells Rumia to take Larsel and leave because The man reacts with surprise to the girl's words. A man says they have family stubbornness, another man confirms this, and the girl agrees. The man says it's too early for the city to give up. The woman thanks him for everything and says it was a great honor for her to become his protector. The girl explains that everything is fine and she will protect. Wright announces that he is attacking and a powerful energy beam erupts from his hand, aimed at the enemy. The man says that for Starkus, even his knights are just pawns, and explains that they can no longer be saved. They will die, feeding on his magical power. The man says that they need to be killed before that happens and explains that they need to be shot with something big, but he doesn't know what. The man reacts sharply to something. Wright explains that the flame ceremony isn't a typical artifact that requires a fire to activate. He explains that everyone is in danger now because of him, and that if he sacrifices his life, he can save them, but he won't die until he kills them first. Larsel. He breathes heavily. He says that knowledge about how to use this sword is surfacing in his head, and he wonders who this he is. The man and the girl look on. He says that with this sword. But Wright says he can win. He reports that it's not just rain, but a rain of fire, and warns that they need to take cover immediately. The man with the flaming sword explains that it's an enemy attack and orders everyone to be on guard. The man says it can't be. The man shouts, "King and Princess." The man says he will protect Rumia and orders them to monitor the battlefield. A man screams. The headline announces a hybrid magic called the Great Spiral Requiem. The man with the sword says he will save his old friend from suffering and orders Larsel to end it. Larsel confirms he will end it. The man screams, "Sir G." Wright and the guy stand next to each other. The guy says he can't believe Wright did it, and Wright says it was easy. Wright explains he used a special technique to defeat the enemy, and the guy says it's impressive. Wright points forward and says they should move on now. He delivers a series of fiery sword strikes, looking forward with concentration. In the top right, the boy explains that they were the same back then, and the girl says, "Sorry." Wright says that if he had understood her then, perhaps they would both be serving the king now. In the center right, the girl notices something and looks at him in surprise. In the center, a fight is depicted, accompanied by a caption about a secret technique. He says he's sorry. He asks to forgive him. The man asks if it's over. The man says he didn't think Wright's artifacts would reach the clouds and calls it power. The woman says she hopes Wright is okay. A man warns the princess from behind. The girl abruptly hits the bottle. The man reacts with surprise. Wright is silent. The man with the mustache and the other man with the beard shout at Princess Rumia. Princess Rumia looks in surprise at the sword piercing her. The man with the mustache, the man with the beard, and Wright look at what is happening in surprise. The man with the mustache. The girl says these are watermelon seeds. The man says don't forget about them. Wright fires his gun, hitting his target. In the lower right, a man falls to the ground, then a boy rises, after which a girl with a teddy bear picks up a large slice of pizza and gives a thumbs up. A small creature with flowers around its head appears, shaking. It says it doesn't understand what's happening. The man tells Rumia that he addresses her as Highness. A man asks if another man is okay, who replies that it's all thanks to Maki. A box containing items and its contents are shown nearby. The man explains that he doesn't understand what's happening to a person who's on fire. Wright exhales and puts his hand to his chest. In the next shot, the hand in the fire suddenly clenches. He announces that time is up. The man stands with a burnt body and smoke coming from him. Wright says he's so grateful. He says he's not going to give up, and the man explains that this is just the beginning. Wright says that there is no point in even thinking that he recognizes the other, and orders him to come here, asking what he is doing there. The guy says he can't believe he made it through that place. He explains it wasn't easy, but he did it. Wright says Starkus treats his people like this. He says that he needs to teleport from here and stay away from people. The man agrees. A boy and a man notice a light coming from the palace, and the man asks what the light is, and the boy says it's coming from the palace and maybe it's Wright. The girl turns to Wright. He says that if this is not stopped, the world will plunge into chaos and destruction, and the man explains that to achieve this, we need to join forces and use all available resources. A little earlier, Wright says he uses a technique that allows him to create powerful energy punches with his hands. The stage depicts a dynamic scene of destruction and explosion, accompanied by the sounds of impacts and thunder. A man moves through the destruction in several poses, as if dodging or overcoming obstacles, and next to him appears a creature with sharp teeth and large eyes, also participating in the action. Wright reports that enemy shells are approaching and he's preparing to repel the attack. He explains that he's activated a protective field that deflects the attacks and destroys the shells. The image contains no speech bubbles or text. It shows a bird with outstretched wings flying above the ground, leaving behind a trail resembling a stream of water or energy. The sound of a bell is heard in space. Wright tells the damn thief to show himself, and the man fires a gun. The next panel shows a shot piercing the glass. Man reports magical tracking. Wright reports that it is not yet time for an audience. He says that resistance is pointless and explains that he has an important mission, to fulfill Masur's wish. Zuul, and says that he has no time for fools like his interlocutor. Wright says he calls him Masur Zuul, not Lurazmers, and knows his real name. The man stares ahead, silent and focused. He reports that if this isn't stopped, the city will be destroyed. He explains that a way to destroy the energy source must be found urgently. Wright says the mixing magic finally worked on Sting and Bat, explaining that they were just trash, but these guys still had some power, and now they'll definitely be able to kill the king. Then he falls silent. He says that if he gets rid of the thief who helps the king, then their god Masur Zuul will be getting closer to his great goal. The boy notices a hole in the sky and says he doesn't sense Bata and Sting's magic. Wright says what's going on. He says he will do it now. Wright reports that they are hopeless and nothing works. The man watches the scene with a serious expression. Wright stands in front of a glowing object surrounded by sharp spikes, which he tries to destroy, but to no avail. He says it's a soul technique. Wright reveals that this is his ace in the hole, the most powerful assassination magic for contracts on the most powerful enemies, which is called soul destruction. He says a spell, calling upon the great god Masur Zuma, absorbs him. The man in the hat explains that this spell won't work, as it operates through the resonance of magical stones, which produce special waves capable of destroying the soul, and no magical space can. Wright explains that even the most powerful mage cannot strengthen his soul, the root of his existence, and that there is no magic to protect the soul. He asks for a reward and protection for his soul. Wright cries out in prayer. Then he casts a soul destruction spell, and a powerful force surges upward from the castle. He says that unusual magical energy is emanating from the man's body, and he finally understands the meaning of his prayer. The man, surrounded by flames, breathes heavily and asks if he thinks this is all. With her help, he gave his hands and eyes to the evil god Masur Zuul, and by this he protected his soul from destruction. Wright reports that there was no such magic in Yahello, and this is not magic. Against the backdrop of a growing cloud and an exploding tree, he notices something and says he found it. The man is shouting, calling Your Majesty here. A man scolds Starkus for another ambush, and another man asks Your Majesty to hurry. The crowd shouts away. Wright tells Rumia not to look at them and to run, and Rumia breathes heavily. The man says it's a dead end. The girl says, "Really?" He and the others stand in front of a broken wall, around which the word "get out" is repeatedly heard. A man shouts to gather. Several men with weapons prepare for battle. The men are surprised to notice that their power is being drained, and one of them explains that they are no longer susceptible to mind control, possibly thanks to Wright. The man says it's impossible to say for sure yet. The man explains that if Starkus divided his power among all his subjects to control them individually, then he took their power to increase his magic. Wright explains that this transcends magical space and is the space of a true god. The upper right shows a ruined castle, with a man to the left screaming that the end has come. In the center is a huge beast with an open mouth, from which a powerful attack emanates. In the lower right, he declares that this is a clot of concentrated magic and a thirst for blood from which there is no escape, or Wright says it's no problem. He then explains that he takes into account the speed of the magic clot, the distance between them, and the remaining magical energy, as well as his ace in the hole, and then concludes. He says that if he can't win, he will die and that he can't afford to die. Wright says we need to move forward. He announces the launch. He activates the device, and a countdown timer appears on the screen. He is in the center, surrounded by 3 numbered zones, where the beams from his device are directed. The hero reports that the situation is too dangerous and whoever he is, He poses a threat to Masur Zuul. Top panel, right to right, top to bottom. A man announces the time as 0:50. The man stands on a raised platform, with mechanical sounds all around him. Bottom panel, right to left, top to bottom. A man announces that monkey golems are in front of him, and the time is 0:30. The man stands on a rock in front of 3 giants. Wright says, "Get lost." The man says, "I'll finish you off." The man shouts glory to Masur Zuul. A man delivers a powerful punch. The top panel shows an explosion and a countdown of 9.80 seconds. In the lower right, a man is disintegrated, and to his left, a powerful explosion occurs with a countdown of 4.80 seconds. In the center, a man throws a punch with a countdown of 3.20 seconds. In the lower center, a man is shown standing. Wright announces that time is up. The man says, "It's impossible, our God, I am." He says the mission is accomplished. Wright says he's okay. The man asks if Wright is okay. The woman reports that the target has been eliminated and the order completed successfully. The men rejoice and shout. The man thanks her and says that he will definitely repay her for her help. Wright asks if he can leave the rest in their hands. The man says the chaos will make things easier. He tells me to contact him when everything calms down. He explains that he hasn't even been in this world for 6 days, and he has already encountered such a strong opponent and thought it would be a simple order. He says peek. Wright reports that he delivered the final blow with a needle less than 0.2 millimeters in diameter, tipped with an instant-acting poison for which there is no antidote. He reports that he focused his opponent's attention on his frontal attacks, and thanks to this, he was able to deliver a fatal blow, and that this was his ace in the hole. He looks forward and raises his hand. Wright says that 1,000-fold power still won't be enough to defeat him. He reports that since the day he received the order to kill the evil god Masur Zuul from the goddess Midzis, has experienced a lot. He announces that this is the first time he has completed an order in this world. The man explains to a group of knights that they must follow his instructions. Starkus is reported to have proven to be a powerful enemy. The girl explains that he used long magical chants, and there wasn't a single opponent in the Yahello world who could withstand the soul destruction. She explains that if he had avoided the needle stab, it would have been the end of her. The woman says that if she hadn't received the order from the goddess Midzis, she would never have fought such an interesting opponent, and expresses her gratitude for sending her into this world. The man explains that several days have passed. Wright says he has no intention of giving up. He says he is not going to give up. The man conveys the king's words and says that they are waiting at the castle, that they must give the reward and formally confirm the completion of the order. Wright says that it is good. The man says that now his words are silent. Wright says he apologizes for being rude, and the man explains he looks forward to working with them again. He says that he is going on a journey and they will wait in the kingdom of Mrs., and then asks to wait. The guy picks up the sword and says what it is. Wright says he made a new sword from the same materials. He asks what's on the handle and says Maki found it so he can thank her. The man examines the contents of the pouch. Wright tells him to take the mattresses with him and says that since they've been used, he's giving them away for free. The guy thanks him. Wright leaves in a cart, saying he still hates him. He says that he already knows how to kill the evil god Masur Zuul explains that there's still time, so he'll prepare the tools and it's time to start implementing the plan. The servant asks Wright to come here, as the king will be coming to meet him soon. Wright explains that he only wanted to arrange a future meeting with the king and didn't expect him to immediately agree to see him. He says that he entered the castle easily and from here there is a completely different view of the kingdom. Wright reports that he recently completed an order here. He reports that the furniture is made of good material, but the magic here is very primitive, and the king is ready to receive him. He apologizes for arriving without an agreed-upon time, hoping he has not caused any inconvenience. The king asks to leave them alone, as he wants to speak with Wright privately. A man says they can't, and another man addresses him as Your Majesty. A third man says whatever you say. On the left, a man announces that since Sir Gord agrees, then, on the right, several men in armor say no, but one of them is surprised. The sound of a door closing is heard from the left. The man explains that he uses soundproofing magic. Wright says it out loud. The man says that if his knights hear him speaking to him informally, they won't like it, and calls Wright Mr. Wright says he can't afford to be weak because weakness is death. He says he wasn't even examined and asks if he'd mind being seen without guards. The man explains that it's a sign of trust and thanks him for it, adding that with Wright, such checks are pointless anyway. The man says he'll put aside pleasantries and talk about Wright's award. Wright reports that the task is to get rid of Starkus, and the reward is concealing the identity of the performer from third parties, land for a personal workshop, and establishing equal relations of mutual assistance with the Kingdom of Mrs. He says that a plot of land with an estate became available a couple of days ago and suggests starting with his land. Wright reports that the 1,650 square meter plot near the main street with the 13-room house belongs to the owner. The man asks if he was executed, and he confirms it. Viscount Gwala and his house, the scoundrels who allowed Starkus into the royal castle, built this estate with his money. He was too clever with money, but while the Duke was under Starkus's control, he didn't even notice. Wright reports that it appears he's single-handedly disposed of Starkus's henchmen, and the Time King isn't wasting any time. Wright then suggests that perhaps this Viscount isn't his only assistant. The man says there's no need to be shy and asks if he can demolish the house. The man asks if Wright needs a task. Wright says he doesn't like the layout, that it's not suitable for a workshop, and adds that, besides, the man asks if this should serve as a lesson, and he confirms it. He suggests razing the estate to the ground. The man laughs and says he'll pass on the order, then asks if he needs materials and carpenters to build a workshop, promising to pay for everything, since he saved his life. Wright says he'll build it all himself and only needs materials: stone, wood, and iron. The man says it's a large plot and asks if Wright can handle it. The man says that he will prepare the best quality materials in one night. He thanks. Wright says the plot of land right in the center of the capital is quite good. The man says the reward is land for a personal workshop and says it's received. The man says that what will happen next is establishing equal relations of mutual assistance. The man explains that he wants to be on equal terms with their kingdom. He says this. The man says how about making this relationship not with the whole kingdom, but with him. Wright asks if he's with him, to which the man answers affirmatively. The man explains that relations with an entire country involve diplomacy, bureaucracy, and other things which only cause problems. The man says that he will communicate with Wright in any case and asks how about entering into a relationship with him directly. Wright says that sounds good, but there's one problem. The man asks what if the country changes its king. He says that as long as he's alive, there won't be any problems. The man says this while holding a cup and expressing bewilderment. The man says he cares about his health. Wright remains silent. The man reports that Wright was recently approached by a mage who drove them out of the castle using teleportation magic and attempted to kill him. So he explains that Wright should make sure that everything is all right with him. Wright says it's some kind of fox, but there's something about it. He announces that he will donate magical tools to the castle, recommends rebuilding part of the castle, and improves the security system. The man asks what none means. The man says he knew Wright would say that. He then says Wright can do whatever he wants and should contact Rumia, who handles these matters, about these matters. Wright says he will do so. He says that they will then enter into an equal relationship of mutual assistance under these conditions. The man hopes for a long-term partnership. He and the man shake hands. A contract appears to assassinate the magician Starkus, with the task of getting rid of Starkus and rewards hidden information about the performer's identity from third parties. Land for. Wright explains that there's only one way to survive in this world: to become stronger. He explains that to achieve this, you need to constantly train and not be afraid of challenges. Wright explains that without strength, it's impossible to protect yourself and your loved ones. He says everyone must find their own path and never give up. He announces that he will be helping with the castle's reconstruction and thanks her for it. The man explains that the princess was worried about the lack of progress. Wright asks if anything is interfering with the castle's renovation, and the man says to check with the princess. The man asks if Wright has had lunch, and Wright asks why he's asking. He tells her to put it away and asks where he got it from, and the man says that he took a new one. The man says it's a shame, he even prepared a portion for Maki. Wright informs Maki that she also has business with the princess. The man asks a question. The door bears a coat of arms. 2 knights stand to the right and left of the door. There is no text. The girl says she doesn't understand what Sir Wright is doing here. The woman says her hair is ruined. He explains that he came about the castle's renovation. The woman asks if it's a renovation and wants to know what's wrong. She explains that she spoke with members of the nobility about improving the royal palace's security system, but many are still against it, although Wright says he didn't realize it could be this difficult and says it seems like Rumia isn't being taken seriously, so maybe it's worth helping. He says he can go with him and the girl asks what he wants to do. Wright says it will depend on the situation. The woman announces that the presentation of the updated plan is over and asks if anyone has any questions or suggestions. Margrave Lilgaman says he has a question, and the woman listens to him. The man says that the new plan has been developed by this man, what shall we call him, and addresses Wright, calling him sir. The man says his name is Wright and he was appointed by the king. Another man explains that he is Sir Jithe. The man reports that the new plan could create a security system capable of repelling an attack similar to the one recently experienced with the Mage Starkus. But he believes it's too good to be true. The man explains that perhaps this is just a pretext to bring something dangerous into the castle walls and asks. Wright says they know nothing about this man and asks the princess how she can trust him so much. He says that he trusts him because he can kill them at any moment, no matter how much they improve the castle's security. The man asks what exactly he means. The woman says that she means exactly what she says. The woman says that if he wanted to, he would have killed everyone long ago, including her and her father, so there's no point in trying to protect the castle from him. The man reacts with surprise. Wright says that even if this is true, he may be here to gather information about the castle. He claims that if listening artifacts are left in the walls, he will be able to eavesdrop on state secrets and sell them to others. He says his answer won't change even if he says he didn't suspect the princess trusted him so much, but trying to convince the nobility, who are shaking with fear, is a waste of time. Wright says they will try to convince them by force. He says it's hard to trust others in times like these. He says he understands what's bothering them. Wright says he'll convince them not with words, but with actions. The girl asks what he's trying to say and calls him Sir Wright. Wright asks for maximum security on his estates and promises to prove he can kill any of them by tomorrow's meeting. The people in the hall are shocked and discuss. He says that he doesn't plan to kill anyone and asks not to worry, as this is just an experiment. Earl Lizer says that even if this is an experiment, he doesn't believe one person can kill everyone in one evening. Wright says it will be an eventful evening, but anything is entirely possible. The man says it's crazy and asks what he's trying to achieve, then asks what he's planning. The man and 2 other men say it's impossible, he can't do it, and it's crazy. Wright explains that even the most skilled assassin cannot kill a person locked within 4 walls, so he will lock himself in a room with food and water and forbid even the maids to enter, will return from the castle in a specially protected carriage and will make a transfer only inside the estate. He says they were inspired. The old man announces that they accept the offer. Wright thanks him for his cooperation. He wishes everyone a good evening and says that they will definitely meet again before the morning. The next day, all the meeting participants look depressed and remain silent. The man explains that he didn't take off his shoes once all evening, while the other man did, and shows the needle with poison. He says it happened this morning. The man asks why this happened. A man announces that he has one, then says that it doesn't matter how he did it and urges him to stop whining. The man says that when he woke up, he saw his secret account book on the table, which contains records of all his bribes, and if this information gets out, he and his house will be ruined. He says he shouldn't have agreed to someone else's plan. The man explains that the book is interesting and shows the poison. A girl tells Earl Lizer that he looks very pale today and asks if he is okay. The woman reports that everything is fine and in perfect order, and is pleased to hear it. The man explains about the castle's renovation. Wright clenches his fist, then gestures to something in his hand. The The man reacts with surprise. The man says he agrees with the plan and yesterday he was convinced that he is a first-class assassin. He says thank you for agreeing. Wright reports that he received a message. The man with glasses explains that they received important information, and the woman breathes heavily, expressing tension. The man says he has a question for Sir Wright, and he says he is Margrave Lilgaman. The man states that he is certain he never took off his shoes and that there were no footprints left in the room, and asks how the paper was inserted into his shoe. The man explains that he was in a completely locked room. The headline indicates complete security. Wright announces that he will reveal one of his secrets to increase his credibility, and explains that calling a room completely locked requires more than just locking the door. A man with a mustache and glasses, a man with a long nose, and a woman with a crown stare intently at the papers appearing around them. A man says what kind of artifact it is, another man says it doesn't exist, a third man asks where it came from. The girl says it's a map that shows the location of a hidden treasure and explains that they need to find it. The girl asks what it means. In the right panel, a man explains that a rope with a target is spinning. In the left panel, a man explains that targets with paper boats are gradually approaching. Several men and boys watch as a spiky object explodes in the center of the stage, accompanied by a loud sound. Wright explains that it is just an ordinary artifact that he used. He states that without sight and hearing he would not be able to control them, and explains that he also has sight and hearing. The man explains that now it's clear what the princess was talking about, and that there really is no need to fear hidden intentions regarding the castle's rebuilding. Wright asks if this means they trust him. The man confirms it. The man says that if they turn against them, the kingdom will end, and therefore they can only hope that they will remain their ally. Wright says that if the girl doesn't want to, he won't force her to go with him. The girl says she doesn't want to go. The woman says they'll move on to making a decision and asks for a show of hands for those who agree with Sir Wright's castle redevelopment plan. 2 other images show raised hands. Several people unanimously accept the plan. Wright announces that it's now time to move on to rebuilding the castle and explains that persuasion by force helped him gain their trust. A woman announces that she has prepared food. 2 girls and a guy look at her with interest and love, thinking about the sleeping cat. The man reports that several days have passed since the meeting and he is making horse sounds. 2 men lift a heavy object with effort. Wright tells him to put it against that wall. The man replies that's exactly it. A man reports that everything is fine. He is explaining something to a group of men standing in front of him. The boy asks Sir Gord what's inside the cabinet. Noting that it's very heavy, Sir Gord says The man asks Wright what is in there. Wright says that these are magical artifacts for fulfilling orders, and adds that there is enough material inside to kill 5,000 people. He says he needs 5,000 pieces. The man asks if it's 1,000 or 5. Wright reports that most of the reconstruction is now complete. The girl says there are no pens here and wonders why. He says he came. Wright says not to touch the cabinet. The girl apologizes and explains that she just thought she hadn't seen it anywhere before. The man asks if they've dealt with the nobles yet. The girl says she still has a lot of paperwork to do, but things have finally calmed down today, so she decided to take a walk around the castle. Wright says all the renovation work is finished. The girl asks if that's really true. He explains that to make things easier to get used to, he took the old palace as a basis and significantly improved the structure and equipment inside the castle, although everything looks the same from the outside. The men ask who he is and when he managed to do this. Wright says it's sufficient for now, but there's still room for improvement, adding that it would be nice to add a garage. The girl remains silent. Carl guarantees the work will be completed within a year, but the girl reports that she was told the reconstruction would take at least a year. Wright says their enemies won't wait, so he tried to finish quickly, and explains that only Lady Rumia could have rebuilt the castle in less than a week. The man says that Mr. Carl said the same thing yesterday before he fainted, and urges them to hold on. Wright asks. He reports that the poison is spreading and explains that fire destroys the poison. Wright announces that there's not much time left and asks them to wait. He explains that there are 10 minutes left until the start. The man tells the group that 2 people will be arriving in 10 minutes. A building with large windows is shown against a backdrop of mountains and a setting sun. The scene has no text or characters. Wright reports that this is the main defense system. The girl sleeps, leaning against the wall. He reports that she seems to be very tired of working in the castle. The woman says that it can make you sick. Wright tells her everything is fine and she should lie down. The girl apologizes for interrupting and asks if he said anything. The girl announces that that's all for today. She grabs Wright by the clothes, and he asks her to wait. The girl says she wanted to talk to the man. The woman approaches Wright, asking if he feels anything. Wright asks what she's talking about. The woman suddenly attacks Wright, knocking him down. The girl asks what now. He remains silent. The girl begins to move slowly, and the sound of a clock ticking can be heard. The girl sits on the bed, her chest rising and falling slightly. The girl touches the necklace on her neck with her hand, which begins to glow. He looks at the girl, then at the necklace. Wright reports that although she was sore all morning, the girl says her neck is fine. He says that he injected some anesthetic and muscle relaxant, which solved the problem, and asks not to make any sudden movements for now. Wright says it's better to be direct right away to avoid misunderstandings and asks if the girl wants him to check her bed. A girl expresses a misunderstanding, and another girl with a crown on her head says that she doesn't understand what's going on. The girl tells Wright she thinks the mattress is broken and asks him to check it, and Wright explains that she should try sitting down to figure out what's wrong. The girl is surprised and asks if she explained the situation when they entered the room. He says Lady Rumia has strained her neck, and he himself has been thinking that she's been holding herself a little strangely for the past few days. The image shows signs of her condition. A stern look, a sharp gaze, frequently touching her neck, and a twisted neck. The text states that this is Lady Rumia's behavior over the past few days. Wright explains that this is what's going on and shows her the object. The girl asks what it is and wonders if it's Makichin. Wright explains that a few days ago he wanted to send her to infiltrate the castle but couldn't find her anywhere, and now he was just about to start looking for her. He says she's a real princess, to have her neck pulled by such a trifle. The girl says she felt Maki's magical energy, but an ordinary person probably wouldn't have noticed it even after a long time. He asks if Maki is okay. Wright says he'll fix the situation now, and the girl asks if she'll be okay. He says tada. The sound of a falling object is accompanied by the effect. Wright says Maki-chan. Maki-chan tells Wright that it's her, Rumia, and asks what it is. Wright is surprised and points to a small figure. The hamster says she still seems unwell and he'll look at her recordings directly. She's surprised and asks if this is her room, and he stares at the screen silently. Wright says that this way they can understand what happened the night she lost contact with him. A girl reports seeing a mattress. The girl explains the difference between happiness and surprise using two images. The woman explains that it's not just a big ball, but a huge ball that could crush everything around it. The man explains that if this ball falls, everything will be destroyed. The woman says that it needs to be stopped immediately, otherwise the consequences will be catastrophic. At first, the girl joyfully raises her arms and smiles, then lies down on the bed and hugs the pillow. Wright says he feels very good, and the girl apologizes for not realizing Maki might be on the bed. The girl says they need to close the door, otherwise Mr. He might see her again, and adds that they've already seen everything they needed to and won't do it again. He explains that the girl usually doesn't close the door and calls it careless. The girl confirms this with the word, definitely. The woman says she can now call her Mr. Wright and laughs. The woman asks not to look. Wright remains silent. The sound of loudly rolling balls accompanies the movement of a small character. In the right panel, a man reports that something fell and makes a sound. In the left panel, Wright says he can't afford to be weak and must keep fighting despite his fatigue. The woman says she can't afford to be weak or she'll die. He says that if she dies, he'll die too. The girl says she can't believe it happened and says it was unexpected. She then explains that everything has changed now and she needs to get used to the new situation. The guy asks if the princess is free tomorrow. The girl says yes, then makes a questioning sound. Wright says he wouldn't mind a stroll around the city and asks if he could be accompanied. The girl asks what about Sir Gorad. The woman says she'd prefer it be just the two of them. The boy expresses confusion. The girl says she is very happy, but asks for Mr. Wright. The woman says that she has a lot of work. The father gives the girl to her not because of a shortage of people, but to give her the opportunity to stay in the castle. Then she begins to explain what this means. Wright says he has a plan, and if the girl wants it, even the king himself won't stop them. He says that they will meet tomorrow morning in the garden. The girl agrees. Wright says see you tomorrow then. The girl waves her hand in response. The girl says she'll see you tomorrow. The girl says she can't believe this is happening and asks him not to deceive her. Wright explains that it's not a hoax, but a real cat with a bell who loves her. The girl says she can't believe it happened and says it was unexpected. The man reacts with surprise. Wright reports that a strange beast has appeared in the castle and explains that it is a creature from another world. He reports that the moon can be seen in this place, appearing especially bright and beautiful. He explains that people often gather here to admire the night landscape and feel a sense of peace. Wright says Starkus was overconfident. He says that if he had gathered his magical energy and saved it immediately after the attack, he would have died such a horrible death. He also informs that as a fellow follower of Masur Zuul is ashamed of this. Wright says that the enemy was quite a tough one, since he was able to expose his last attack, and then says that he wants to meet him in battle and asks who he is. He says it's not worth it. Then he says he saw Starkus's last trick and doesn't want to repeat his fate. Wright says he would like to meet such a worthy opponent, but he himself cannot attack his soul. He says that there is something here that they cannot afford to lose and that sooner or later they will meet because the woman explains that this is a dress for a ceremony. The man says it fits perfectly. The girl with the cigarette says she'll adjust it right away. The woman looks in surprise at the little hamster on the chair. The woman says she can see Mrs. S. Castle from here. She reports that she managed to escape the palace and is very happy about it. Wright stands nearby and listens. The girl says she almost fell. The girl says she doesn't know how to kiss. Wright says he never thought his father would give him permission to do this, and the girl asks how he got it. He says that he is now a royal guard and asks to be called accordingly. The girl says Mr. Wright. Then the girl says yes, apologizes, and calls Wright. He says he'll be careful and asks if that's why his father allowed him to leave the castle. The man remains silent. Wright says they had to fight for this. The man announces that he wants to marry your daughter. The girl in the princess's imagination is surprised and puzzled. The girl says that she actually lied, and then says that this can't be true. The girl says she doesn't want to go into town because there are too many people there and she's afraid. Wright explains that there are many useful things to be found in the town and that he will be there to protect her. He says that this place is called the City of Shadows. A man behind him notices their appearance. He explains that people live in this city who cannot leave its confines. The guy says it's Princess Rumia, and the girl says it's Miss World. The woman says she hasn't seen him in a while and that his interlocutor is becoming more and more beautiful, and the girl says they only met recently and she's glad to see them. Wright explains that when they first met, his interlocutor was still very young. The man asks if this is Princess Rumia, and the other man says. A man reports hearing that the castle was half destroyed and asks if it's okay. Another man says he wants to know what will happen to the kingdom next and addresses Wright as Your Highness. The woman tells him to calm down or he'll anger Milady, and the man apologizes. A man with a club hits another man on the head. The woman tells the boy that he seems new and orders him to keep an eye on the princess's safety, reminding her of the current situation. The princess thanks the woman and says she wants to talk to the others. The princess asks everyone to listen and explains that the kingdom has recently been confronted. A man asks if it is too dangerous that there is only one guard, to which another man explains that this is precisely what speaks of safety, and an older man asks what. The man says that his daughter's safety is paramount and asks her to consider that she is the king's only daughter, and he would hardly simply let her leave the castle. Another man explains that since she is here, it means that the king has not only dealt with his enemies, but is also confident of his safety, since no one will touch the princess. Wright explains that the government must make the people think they are safe. The crowd says the king is a fine fellow and expresses surprise. The man explains that in difficult times, the kingdom is tasked with ensuring the morale of its residents. The girl explains that Princess Rumia is known for her kindness and easygoing nature, and people are easily drawn to her. The man says everything is going even better than he expected. The girl says Mr. Wright should take a look. Wright stares ahead silently. The guy on the right says he has a big balloon. The girl in the center says she has a big balloon. The guy on the left also says he has a big balloon. Wright explains that at first glance it looks like a routine raid from the castle, but in reality it's just a political performance. The girl reveals that she persuaded the king to grant them permission. The king asks if everything is all right with Ramiria, and the man advises him to give her more freedom and orders her to remain silent. The woman explains that this is the Midz's church in the capital. Wright says that this is the capital's church, and it looks simpler than he thought. The woman asks why Wright wanted to come here. Wright says it would take a long time to explain. The woman addresses Wright as Your Highness. He says he has a request for the other party and asks if he'll listen. The man responds by asking if this is a contract killing. The man with the mustache asks if the other party has heard about Duke Grousel. Wright says he's heard the name Duke before and asks if that makes him a member of the royal family. The man replies that he is. It is reported that the criminal who let Starkus into the capital was Viscount Gwala, but he would never have been able to single-handedly push Starkus into Kosis's personal guard. The man says that someone was definitely behind him. Wright asks what evidence there is. The man confirms and says Wright thinks it was Duke Grauls. The man says he's absolutely sure it's him and asks if that's a big deal. Wright says that he is just an executor and he is not interested in the morality and justice of the customer. The man says that this is quite enough. He says that if the interlocutor wants to carry out a cleaning, Wright says he may set the building on fire after the murder to make an example of it. He says that he really doesn't care who his client is, but Mrs. S. Kingdom has become an important base for him. Wright says that if King Laius seems unsuitable, he might consider killing him and taking the throne, but it might be worth confirming the truth first. He says that first it is necessary to make sure of his guilt and asks if the interlocutor really wants to execute him, and the man asks if he can do it. Wright says he can easily steal evidence from the estate after the murder. He then reveals that his interlocutor is offering him a job to do so. The man laughs and says that you can't hide anything from Wright anyway. The man says there's one thing that could get him killed immediately, and he wants Wright to look for it. Wright asks what it is. The man says that we need to find Hacker, the protector of the kingdom. Wright asks if he is the protector of the kingdom, to which the man answers in the affirmative. The man remains silent and then confirms his answer. The man says this incident will remain in their thoughts forever and asks if he has heard about Kakra's kidnapping of the kingdom's protector. He explains that he lived in the mountains. The man says that is certainly true. The man explains that Hakara is the kingdom's protector and a sacred artifact of the church of the goddess Masisa, bestowed by the goddess herself, but someone overcame all the guards, killed 8 people, and stole the artifact. He reports that the people were killed with poison gas. Wright explains that the goddess's artifact could be made of gold or silver. The man reveals that Duke Grauls is the only nobleman who could have made such a poison, and he can't believe Wright hasn't heard of it before. He asks what was so special about that artifact. The man explains that it bestowed a blessing on all the inhabitants of the town and increased their strength by approximately 20%. Wright reports that the VLO also contained artifacts, ultra-rare objects that granted special powers when left in a specific location, and he'd only seen them in person a few times. He explains that even the most powerful artifact in the VLO could only boost the power of 200 people, no more than. He explains that after the theft, the Church of the Goddess Midzes lost significant power, and Starkus likely didn't attack them earlier precisely because he feared the power of their artifact. Wright says it's clear. He explains that this explains Starkus's actions, and the man says that then Kakra's kidnapping of the kingdom's protector ceases to be a mere coincidence. Wright explains that Duke Grauls will have answers for them, and also mentions an artifact belonging to the goddess Midzes and a secret assistant. The man asks if Wright agrees, to which Wright replies that he will take on the case. He says he wants to know more about Duke Gralsel and Kahara, the protector of the kingdom. Wright says there's nothing in this world that can't be done. The girl explains that if that's true, then she can try to do the impossible. Wright says it will be difficult, but it's worth trying. The woman says it's a statue of the goddess Midzes. She explains that the goddess is kind and intelligent, and for them, she embodies love and hope, and that just looking at her brings peace to the soul. He says he's surprised it was from this particular statue. Wright says it must be Kakara, the protector of the kingdom, or rather her replica. Wright reports, the man suggests they say a prayer since they are here and says it could be an interesting experience for them. He tells Mr. Wright. Wright says living with wolves. The goddess reports that she was finally able to contact Wright, and he expresses surprise. Wright says thank you very much for taking down Starkus. He says he doesn't know what would have happened now if he hadn't been stopped, and asks if it was the goddess Midzes. The goddess confirms. He asks if he can contact them through prayer. The woman says that if Wright knew about Starkus, he could have contacted her earlier, and adds by the way. He says he was going to help, but he didn't have the strength. The goddess explains that she wanted to prepare everything in a calmer and safer place, but it turned out they ended up in the forest. He asks if help is needed. The sound of drops of falling water repeats. The woman asks not to turn away from her and begs for help. Wright is silent. The box of pies says their takeaway. He says he will fulfill the order and asks not to worry, as he has been sent to an interesting world. The girl thanks him. The top right panel shows puppies. In the middle panel, Wright says the connection is unstable. In the left panel, a girl with a box on her head is speaking to the goddess. He says he's asking for forgiveness because he still has little strength. He asks if this is due to a lack of believers. Wright reports that Kakara, the protector of the kingdom, is at Duke Grapsel's estate. Wright then says he'll ask one more question. The goddess reports that faith in her has weakened after someone stole the staff, and expresses outrage. She explains that she was once the most famous goddess in this world, accumulating divine power for a long time and then turning it into a Kakara. He explains that when Masur Zuul. Wright reports that while they were making their staff, he took over the entire world. He says there's no need to say that she understands everything herself. He explains that if Midzes was such a powerful goddess, she could definitely have fought him off, but instead she was busy with Kakara. Wright says that now we need to return the staff and restore faith, and then he says, yes, listen, the staff. He says that. Wright says he's found out what he needs, and that's enough, asking if that's all. Wright looks at the group of people. The girl says that this time she will fight Wright. He says that he does not want to fight. Wright says something's wrong, and the girl explains that he's been praying for so long that she thought he was speaking to a goddess. Wright says they were discussing ways to solve the problem, and the girl asks what the problem is. Wright replies that it's about how to return a lost item, and the girl repeats the question about. The girl says they're making fun of her, and he says he wouldn't dare. The girl says she understands. Wright remains silent. The girl asks if he's trying to help them because he's a good man. He explains that hitmen have never been good people and he's just fulfilling his mission. Wright says the killer isn't a kind person, he's just carrying out a task. The girl tells Wright. He says yes, handing the girl a tomato. The girl thanks them for letting her out of the castle and says that thanks to it, she was able to rest a little. She explains that she never thought that the city or her usual way of life could one day disappear, that she took everything for granted and thought that nothing would happen. The woman says she now understands that they will have to face powerful enemies to defend their homeland, so they need them. She explains that it doesn't matter who protects them, good or evil, they need a hero to protect the people. Wright says he can't afford to be weak because weakness is death. The girl says that she is ashamed and she is worried about what he will think of me now. She doubts whether what was said was too much and what she just said. The girl says the taste is sweeter than she thought. Wright says this while looking at the drink. He tells the princess to contact him if she has any orders and says that he will help her immediately. The girl says she is very glad she met Wright. Wright says wow. The man says he won't fold. The man explains he's greedy. He stands with his back to the building and looks at the holographic drawings. The top text states that this is where Viscount Gour's domain begins. Wright and the man are riding in a cart. The girl says she didn't know such a place existed in the city. Wright and the man are surprised. The boy asks the princess not to lean out the window. The girl says she can't believe the princess hid in the carriage to ride with them, and says that if the king finds out, he'll be punished. He explains that he and Mr. Wright only saw each other recently, but a whole week has passed. The woman asks if this is his new workshop. Wright informs her that it is Wright's alchemical workshop. The woman says she heard he built it in just a week, and the man confirms, explaining that just 3 days ago, there was an empty field there. The man explains that a forge, a weaving workshop, an alchemy workshop, a warehouse for raw materials and finished products, and living quarters have been built. Carl asks how much. A woman and a man notice a mouse model support artifact number 4. The man explains that it's Mr. Wright's artifact. The woman is surprised and says, "What?" The man and woman talk to the mouse. The man asks if Mr. Wright is home. Wright says he has already gathered all the necessary information on the Duke's case and that he needs a map of the area around his estate. The man says that it's fine. He says he can fulfill the order right now, but he doesn't have any cards. The man says she's currently at the Royal Secret Service office and offers to pick her up from there, giving her the address. The man explains not to make such a face, as the place is very close. The man explains that, of course, it's. The man wishes him luck. Wright says it's Café Rumierin. Wright says why not meet them. Wright remains silent. He opens the door and enters the room. 2 men greet Wright and say they are glad to see him. The man explains that, although they were right there, it was their fault that such a person was able to enter the palace, and His Majesty nearly died. He asks that they at least be allowed to deal with the consequences and entrust his murder to them. The man explains that there's no need to worry about that. The man says they've been notified, but if they need help, all they have to do is give the order, and they'll do everything in their power. Wright explains that all he needs for this job is a map. He can handle the task alone, and adds that it's no wonder they're worried, since he's attempting to kill a high-ranking official. He explains that the assassination can only be entrusted to a professional. It's necessary not only to eliminate the target, but also to obtain information. The man explains that the court's secret special forces unit has assigned them 2 of its best agents, considering that with Wright they make 3, and asks if they aren't worthy of being called the best. Wright says he's sorry, but he's not going to put his life in their hands. The men suggest that if Wright doesn't trust them, they could at least form a contract with magic, explaining that trust isn't the issue. He announces that the action has begun. The man and the other man express surprise. He explains something, pointing to the device. Wright reports that before he came in, and asks how long ago they noticed. The man is surprised that Wright revealed the hidden spirit technique. Wright asks for permission to display such impudence. The man asks if Wright will be his teacher, explaining that as an agent of a secret service, he must. He says he doesn't know if he's suddenly paralyzed. The man asks what's wrong, Calda, and why he's not moving. The man remains silent, raising the knife. Wright tells him to look at the ceiling. The man with glasses asks if there's a trap there. Wright explains that it's not a trap and asks him to look. A man asks what it is. Another man says it started moving, and a third man clarifies that it's strings. He explains that it's a magical killing device that he attached to the ceiling when he entered the room. The magical device then shoots out and falls into the water, and the man says that if they can't cope with this, they will die. The man explains that they need to do everything possible to survive. The man explains that they have no choice but to fight. The man says no one noticed he left the tool there. He then explains that if he were their enemy, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. The man says that he is now understood, and Wright says that they are offering him help after they learn to protect at least their headquarters. He asks for a card. The man opens the table. The man reports that according to their intelligence, Duke Growls will be leaving the estate in 4 days. Officially it is a business trip, but in reality he is planning to leave the country forever and flee to the Archbishopric of Rondel, and they suspect that he plans to take Cocker with him. Wright explains that he was undercover and even stopped his breathing with the artifact. No one else noticed him, and he asks how the other man knew where he was. The man wanted to ask about the can, wondering if it was some kind of joke. He explains that it is an artifact with an explosive substance to neutralize uninvited guests. The man asks what he means. He confirms. Wright advises hiding not only the appearance of artifacts, but also their magical energy. The guy explains that it doesn't matter how well the trap is hidden if its magical energy can be felt even outside the building, and says that the same applies to the mantle behind which they were hiding. Wright explains that the point of a trap is to find the perfect hiding place to deliver a surprise, lethal blow, and reveals that this is how assassins work too. The scientist asks Wright if they sense their energy even from the outside and if they have any special detectors, to which he replies that one glance at the place was enough for him. He explains that in this world, people don't know how to determine the location of artifacts using their magical power. The man says. The man with the mustache explains that this isn't a toy, but a real mechanism that can move and follow commands. The man in the center explains that this mechanism was created using the latest technology and is capable of many things. The man with glasses explains that this mechanism can now be used for various purposes, including rescue operations. Wright says that this artifact can be disassembled in any way. Inside it there are artifacts for movement, combat, and measuring magic, and that this will definitely be interesting. The man asks if they are sure they will ever stop being allies and says he doubts they will change much. The man says he'll see if the other can say it the next time they meet. Wright says he'll wait for the other person to become stronger. The man explains that there's only one way out of this city, and it's down below. He explains that if you go straight ahead, you'll get trapped. The man explains that you need to go down the stairs to get out of the city. Wright says he hopes the traps will be better hidden by his next visit. The scene depicts a mechanism that produces sounds similar to repeated clicks. A man explains that it is now clear why the king likes them so much. Another man says that they cannot fall behind. A third man says that they must live up to His Majesty's expectations. Wright says the artifact was unusual. He then explains that he had a sense of déjà vu when the artifact controlled him with those threads, and it was reminiscent of Starkus's magic. The man with glasses says he doesn't know and maybe he just imagined it. The man with the side profile asks if he thinks they are at the same level of skill. Wright reports that there is a school in this area attended by children from wealthy families. He explains that the children who study here are those who cannot function in the ordinary world. The stage features a burning candle with the inscription OS09. The man says that if Wright doesn't return before the candle burns out, they'll go home. Wright and the girl remain silent. He says there are a lot of candles both outside and in the room and asks what they are for. He then says that it is so dark in here that perhaps they are not candles at all. The woman explains that if you look closely, it looks more like fabric or some kind of thread than wax. Wright says he doesn't see it. The man asks if it's really possible to make candles out of thread, but Wright remains silent. He tells her to take her hands off his samples and explains that simply touching them is enough to make everything clear. The man says good evening, and the girl explains that he's back and that it's so unusual to see him in new clothes. The guy says that perhaps someone could study the samples, but artifacts and the development of new materials are more important to him. The man asks if the guy is studying anything else and suggests he should instead brush up on his combat skills. Wright asks if it's okay to keep the princess with him so late and whether the king will worry about her. The man remains silent, and the girl is surprised. The girl says she has brought a reward from the king. He says he has already received his land and materials. The man reports that Starkus had collected a large amount of materials for the construction of the sanctuary, so he was able to quickly build a workshop. The man says he's talking about awards unrelated to the workshop's construction and asks to take a look. Wright stares ahead silently. He reports that these are the precious stones he was looking for. The knight informs Wright that during a previous commission, he shared some magical potions with them. Wright explains that, of course, even this isn't enough to repay the kindness, but the king has sent him magical stones as a token of gratitude, which he hopes will be useful. He says that they can be used in construction and then calls himself Sir He. Wright says he's grateful for the stones in exchange for potions, and the man says he needs a lot of tools right now. He says to tell the king his thanks. The man replies, "Okay." The man says, "Go ahead, "Your Highness, it's time to go home." In the rightmost panel, a girl says she doesn't want to leave. In the next panel to the left, she stands next to lit candles. The central panel shows a close-up of her eye. In the leftmost panel, a man says something, but the text is missing. Wright says they took on some dangerous order. The girl explains that she just thought she did. The man asks why she's asking. The girl responds with a question. Wright says okay. The girl says goodbye and asks to be careful. In the first scene, the man says he can't stay here any longer. In the second scene, the guy explains that the mine is closed and that it's no longer allowed to go in. The woman calls number 4 and asks about the results of the last experiment, then tells her to take the materials from number 747 and continue the research, and also informs her about the next order. Wright explains that everything is ready for the next artifact and then says, "The hamster reports that it will take some time to produce the materials for artifact number 4. He says it will be tomorrow night and announces that he is heading to Duke Grassley's estate. The man says a day has passed and assesses the situation as excellent. Wright says that in order to build a house, you first need to prepare the site and then build the foundation. Grassley's estate. Duke Grassley says he understands everything. The king has begun to suspect him, but that doesn't mean he should lead him by the hand to the toilet. Duke Grassley shouts for them to be quiet because it's easy for him to speak and he has the strength, and the man says he'll be leaving the country tomorrow. But when the danger subsides, he can return and seize the throne. He explains that if Wright intends to fulfill his duty as an apostle, he must listen to him and protect his life. The man asks Duke Grassley if this is a threat. Duke Grassley explains that since when does he decide what's best for their plan? The man says he's fine. Wright tells them not to come near and asks what happened. The man turns to his lord, realizes that he was wrong and explains that fear has clouded his mind, asking for forgiveness from the Lord. Wright says okay. He says they still need someone to claim the throne, and asks Zivy to keep an eye on ZYK from now on, and Zivy thanks him. He explains that he can guarantee Zivy's safety, knows how assassins work, and as long as he's here, Zivy is safe. 2 guards say that if they're afraid, they can hire more guards. Wright explains that an assassin could infiltrate the guards, and that's too great a risk. He says that if he's attacked outside the estate, he can escape via a secret route, but he won't allow the assassin to kill him. The man says that there are many artifacts in the estate, and even the most skilled assassin would have a hard time getting in. He says that it is ideal. Wright says the estate is under excellent and perfect protection, and in his opinion Stark's protection was much better. He says that he is interested in how Kakura, the protector of the kingdom, is doing and if everything is okay with her. Wright informs him that she is under his protection and asks if the man has any doubts about this. The man explains that this is not the case, and the Rondel Diocese will agree to accept him after escaping the mission only if he brings Kakura with him. He reports that the vault is under the powerful magical seal of Starkis, and if there's magic capable of destroying it, he'd like to see it. The text explains that this happens shortly before the cliffs, within 10 kilometers of the estate. A man emerges from the water. Wright says he's been given a warm welcome. The coastal waters near the estate are rigged with defensive mines, and the cliffs are also festooned with magical bombs. He reports that no one warned him about this, and upon his return, he will tell everyone what he thinks of the Royal Secret Service. Wright says we need to bring in a 4th one. He reports that this is the last check before entering the estate. Wright announces that his mission for today is to retrieve Hacker, the kingdom's protector, and eliminate Duke Grassley. He explains that the Duke plans to flee the country for the diocese tomorrow, and they are expected to tighten their guard before leaving. Wright says it's time to act. He says that something is going on between them. Wright says he chose the location so it's easy to defend but nearly impossible to attack. It's reported that there's a rocky coastline on one side and a monster-infested forest on the other. He reports that even if someone manages to break through the defenses from the sea, the estate is cut off from the shore by rocks, and it is impossible to get into it from this side. The only way to get into the estate is by land. He says that even there, Wright reports that there are approximately 200 knights patrolling the area at any one time, and given that they are relieved 3 times a day, it can be assumed that there are at least 600 people on duty. He says the guards are serious and won't say anything, and his professional combat skills are useless, so it's in his best interest to avoid an open confrontation. He explains that the sacred artifacts are very durable, and even if he blows up the room, the hacker won't be harmed under normal circumstances. Wright reports that there is a light in the distance and explains that it may be their target. The man asks what the sounds are and if they are coming from the estate. He says that's what he thought. Wright explains that there is another apostle of Masura in the estate. Zuulia is the name given to people who, like Starkus, have received God's blessing. The man asks if this is an apostle. The man reports that all information about the apostles is strictly classified, and little is known about them, but he knows for sure that the Duke kidnapped Kakura, the protector of the kingdom, and that she is most likely guarded by someone comparable in strength to Starkus. Wright says that the goddess Midzis could have told him about this, as it's truly very important, and asks if the goddess Midzis has servants. The man says he doesn't know if she had any before, but she definitely doesn't now, and explains that for an apostle to appear, the god must possess colossal power. The man says that the Church of Lurazmurs appeared relatively recently, and their god does not have enough power for such a thing, especially for two apostles at once, and also says that there is definitely something unclean here and they should be extremely careful. Wright reports that judging by the magical energy, the second apostle is a magic knight. He says he has no idea what happened, but since such a monster has taken up residence in the estate, artifacts alone won't be enough. He then reports, however, Wright reveals that this is the entrance to a dungeon and explains that it was created as a result of an experiment with space. He says that this is some kind of secret entrance and reports the launch of a magic meter. Wright explains that the hull is equipped with magical artifacts to prevent underwater mines from detonating, and that the design placed great emphasis on the engine's propulsion power. He explains that this is an escape route. He says it would be foolish to try to enter the premises through that passage, as there is a high probability of being noticed as soon as he steps inside. He then announces that he is leaving a modest gift as a present. Wright reveals that this location is a laboratory where experiments were conducted on humans, and explains that these experiments led to the creation of monsters. The man reports to call security headquarters and report that the situation in the southwestern territories remains unchanged. The man announces that all soldiers are to return to their original positions, as the explosion that occurred earlier poses no threat at this time, and that he is ordering them to continue patrolling along established routes. The man speaks clearly. The man reports that there are no changes in the southwest in Sector 1. The man says that there are no changes. The man reports that there is no change in the southwest in Sector 1, then explains that there is no change in the southwest in Sector 2, after which he says no change. Wright says that if he can't stop this, everyone will die, and explains that he must destroy the source of this disaster. In the first shot, the man says he can't believe it happened. In the second shot, the man says he saw someone fall into the hole. In the third shot, the man explains they should check out what happened and suggests they go together. Wright reports that the 747 is successfully completing its mission and everything is going exactly according to plan. He explains that the experimental sample of magical artifact number 747 contains poisonous fibers that disperse a special poison into the wind. He reports that this poison cannot kill or tranquilize a person even with direct exposure, but it can be used to effectively influence consciousness. Wright reports that Southwest Sector 2 is unchanged and explains that the poison doesn't block thought processes. So people remain conscious, guards report on schedule, and don't arouse suspicion. He explains that the poison is moving according to his instructions, poisoning the air with toxic substances. He announces the start. The man explains that some people under the influence of the poison are able to detect his presence. But today he's very lucky, and there are no such people here. The guy tells him to try it here. The man explains that he's showing a device with faces inside. The man talks about his presence next to the guy. Wright says the estate is just a stone's throw from here. But the right panel depicts a bird in flight. On the left panel, he reports that the Duke's estate's final line of defense consists of 15 knights. Wright says it's clear these soldiers are far from ordinary security guards, and he's sure these guys know each other by sight, so pretending to be one of them is the same as signing your own death warrant. He says that, in that case, Wright explains that there is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed, and that destruction is a new beginning. The man says that destruction is not the end, but an opportunity for rebirth. The man says that there is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed. The man explains that they can't afford to lose a single fighter, as their forces are limited. The man explains that if they lose even one, they won't be able to complete the mission. Wright says everyone suddenly fell down and asks what it was and why it happened. Might says he doesn't know what happened. Everything was fine, but suddenly it went bad. The man says there's an arrow there. He asks Might what happened. The man reports that they're under attack and all outposts should pay attention, as a barrage of enemy arrows has rained down on the estate. The man tells all soldiers to come in touch. The man reports that the premises are under attack from the air. An enemy arrow has flown towards them and orders all posts to locate the enemy. The man reports that Southwest Sector 1, reception. Wright reports that the invasion was successful. The man explains that the magical energy of Kakara, the protector of the kingdom, is coming from below, from where he is fleeing. The man reports that the energy is coming from below. A man asks Might. A man in armor demands to know who he is. The man reports that they were attacked. Wright reports that there has been an attack in the castle and explains that 3 guards have been knocked to the floor. He says that they can't afford to waste time and explains that they need to move on. Wright says he's finally found the stolen cocker, the protector of the kingdom. He explains that it's a level 4 magical seal, and if it were a regular physical lock, a master key would be enough, but with a high-level magical seal, things aren't so simple. He says he has a little time. He reports that at least there are no signals of a break-in being sent to the apostle in the estate, and apparently this idiot believes that no one can break his seal. Wright reports that the safe is made of a magical metal with walls 1 meter thick, and that he could deform it using transformation magic. He explains that the main problem is the seal hidden behind the physical lock and the magical seal. Wright explains that the type of magical seal needs to be determined. He says that the entire soaked mechanism is thickly covered with orichalcum, and this is a magical or resistant to any kind of influence, both magical and physical. Wright explains that blacksmithing and alchemy are the 5 fundamental arts of creation, and those who master all of these skills have access to special magic. He explains that transformation is far from the limit of their capabilities, and Starkus alone could have come up with such a thing. Wright explains that he thought so. Then he fires an energy projectile. He announces that it is an attack. The energy projectile slams into the wall with force, causing destruction. Wright declares that he will break it. He then delivers a powerful blow, destroying the wall. Below, the man stands before a huge whirlwind of destruction that lifts up debris and stones. At the end, the man stands among the rubble. He says that this is Kakara, the protector of the kingdom. The top panel, from top right to bottom left, depicts a woman holding a staff, and the inscription states that it is humanity's most powerful staff. The bottom panel, from top right to bottom left, depicts Wright as the protector of the kingdom, Hakara. He says that one glance is enough to understand that she was indeed touched by the hand of a goddess, and that such powerful energy emanates from Kakara that even the mana balance in his body is thrown out of balance. He advises that he needs to concentrate, because he could lose consciousness if he is not careful with her. Wright says it's not a sword, but a staff, and explains that it's not meant for combat, but for defense. He says he doesn't understand what's going on. Then he falls silent. Wright reports that the mana is stable, the balance is intact, and even his health seems to have improved. He also asks if Hakara is adjusting to him. The man explains that this is the very help the goddess promised. He says that in that case he's done. He says that the mana meter is starting. The image communicates a target alert, designated as target, with a visualization of the target in focus and graphs displaying data and situational analysis. Wright says the count is still around somewhere and announces the move to Plan B. The boy reports that the rocks were searched and that the rat must have hidden somewhere around here, urging them to be more careful. The man says it's time to confront the intruder and orders them to leave him alone. The other man shouts that he won't leave him alone. The boy is convinced it's a trap and someone is trying to lure him out to be alone. explaining that without someone to protect him, he'll be in danger. The man says he needs to check the safe and orders him to stop clinging to it. Wright explains that the safe is heavily protected and has Starkus's spell on it, so nothing will happen to it and the enemy, a cowardly rat relying on magical tools, won't be able to pick the lock. The Count laughs and says tools won't help, but Wright replies that. He says it's not the magical tools. The man asks if it's the barrier magic, to which he replies no, it's not. The man asks what it is then. He says they found him and notices that he took Hakera. The man is shocked and says. Wright announces that his mission is complete and asks for permission to retreat. The men shout that they can't see anything and ask what's going on. The man says he won't miss this time and explains he can't afford to make a mistake. The man says if he misses, he'll die. Wright tells everyone to turn away or they will pass out. The men suddenly react to this. He says he managed to destroy Starkus's magical seal, but he thinks he's capable of more and suggests they see how many more cards he has. The man notices Wright's speed and says it's exactly the speed one would expect from a magical knight, perhaps even faster than Larsel. Wright reports that the Count is now left without protection. The guy asks if they're birds, and the man screams for help. He explains that the other guy is fast and still doesn't want to show his weaknesses. Wright says it's crazy, he threw a rock at supersonic speed with his bare hands and hit his bird, and then says it's some kind of monster. He explains that there is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed, and that he will destroy everything that hinders him. The man explains that his sword is a tool for carrying out his will. Wright greets the uninvited guest and asks how Hakera came into his possession. Wright says that, looking at him, he can tell for sure that this guy is much stronger than most magic knights. He says he's not looking for an escape route and that it would have been better to attack him from behind. He explains that he's in no hurry and will be extremely cautious, as he doesn't know what other traps the enemy has set. The man says the opponent is a tough one. Wright says the enemy has 1,000 times more magical energy than him, and even though he's stronger, he remains wary, believing the other man has prepared and already learned his basic killing techniques. The man asks what the boy is up to, and Wright responds by asking what he's doing. He declares that he will destroy everything that stands in his way, explaining that his power exceeds all expectations. He then delivers a powerful blow, causing a huge explosion and destruction all around. The attack causes the ground to crack and crumble, and he continues to advance, bringing destruction in his wake. Wright says that a single frontal attack from the enemy will leave him no chance of victory, which is why he lured him here. He says he can't afford to lose. The man explains that this place is a labyrinth and that he must navigate it to reach his goal. Wright deflects a spiky projectile flying at him. The man runs forward, overcoming obstacles along the way. A cat in glasses and a cigar notices something and is surprised. The cat looks in confusion at Wright, who strikes the ground with an axe, causing an electric discharge. He stares ahead intently, surrounded by sparks. Wright explains that if he can't win, he will die. He says he can't afford to lose and explains that if he falls, it's all over. A man with a staff prepares for battle while standing on the ground. Wright explains that the Soul Splitter was the most reliable trap he'd ever set up, and that it only took a split second to activate, but he managed to dodge it. He explains that there are traps set up at every turn and asks what the guy did to the guards. The guy says you have to be careful. He asks what it was and is it really spiritual magic? He explains that there were so many rumors about it and who would have thought that such amazing magic could be hidden in a trap? Then he says, wow, what else could he have hidden here? Wright says he's not giving up. He laughs. The man says he's not going to give up. Wright proposes a truce. The next panel depicts a sword plunging into the ground. He says he dropped the weapon and is trying to stall for time, asking why he did this. The man says he remembers how he initially intended to quickly finish off Wright, but now he has changed his mind and cannot deprive humanity of such a skilled killer with his own hands. He says they are here in the midst of a battle. Wright says you don't want to introduce yourself first and then make such serious statements. The man explains that, frankly, they've been really short of good assassins like you lately, and asks why the hell fight for some worthless Mrs. If with their support. He tells the name. Larius says that his name is Larius. Wright says he might want money, women, or fame. The man asks Wright what he wants from Masur Zuul, and Wright confirms. The man addresses Wright as a friend and asks what he wants. He says he wants to understand what he wants. Wright says he can't afford to lose and explains that this isn't just a game, but a matter of life and death. He says he has realized what the enemy is up to and calls him a sly one. Wright explains that the floating sword is a special skill of magic knights that allows them to control weapons from a distance, and he anticipated this outcome. When the sword was thrown away, everything became clear. Wright reports that in the world of Masur Zuul has no place for people like his interlocutor and says that if a man reports that the sea is raging and asks if the enemy is really that strong. Another man explains that Larius is on their side, meaning everything will be fine, and whoever it is, Larius will deal with them in no time and reclaim Hakahara. The man shouts that idiots don't value life and asks what they're talking about. The guy replies that he's leaving and running away from here, confirming this. The man asks what's going on, whether it's an earthquake and Rondel soldiers are advancing, and also reports that something is coming. The boy reports hearing Sir Gore's call and asks Larsel if he heard it too. Larsel says he's sure Wright is involved. The man asks what's going on behind the rocks. The girl asks them to calm down. She informs them that Her Highness, Princess Rumia, is standing before them. The princess explains that they don't yet know exactly what is happening, but in the current situation, they are obliged to do everything in their power to protect the lands. The man orders Sir Gore. The man says they came with flashlights. The girl asks Wright to be careful and quietly reassures someone. Wright says it's not so easy to catch a hitman off guard. He says that distracting the enemy with a serious conversation is smart, but there's no denying it's a cunning tactic, and that throwing away the weapon was a mistake. He immediately understood everything. He explains that if he had discreetly thrown away a dagger, a smaller one, then perhaps the plan would have worked. Wright explains that the animal on the belt emits magical energy and can sense danger, and also says that it would notice even the tiniest dagger. The guy says he can't believe someone else came up with such an idea and asks if Mrs. is in the kingdom. He reveals what actually inspired the idea. Wright says he can't believe it happened. He reports magical energy coming from the palace and asks if it's reinforcements. He then explains that he's surprised his interlocutor managed to call for backup. Wright says the enemy is putting on a show to distract him. He then reports that the enemy is heading toward the estate. The map shows that the reinforcements are a real trap, and their entire group is messing with them. Wright exclaims, "No." He says it's a magical artifact for communication. He says hands off and then explains that whoever is talking. Wright announces that his magical artifacts won't break under such magic and orders them to move forward. At the same time, the name of the spell Earth Split is heard. The man expresses bewilderment, asking what kind of impudence this is. He says he wants to send the raven-shaped artifacts to the estate. He then suggests using spatial magic, explaining that if he is trapped inside, he will no longer be able to escape, and casts the spell Hakera. He says there is no time to think. He talks about the purple. The man tells them to grab the Duke and run. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Wright says he can't open his inventory and says it can't be. The man explains that he can, and of course he can. The character explains that they are in the Colosseum's binary star space, where neither dust from the outside world nor magical energy can penetrate, and that only the winner will be able to leave alive. He then tells Wright that he will not allow what happened to Starkus to happen again and orders him to take up arms. Wright explains that such magic doesn't exist in VLO and is explicitly prohibited by the rules, so he'll be caught and thrown in a cage. He explains that he won't even be able to use artifacts here, and says it's the worst possible situation. The woman says this is the decisive battle. The man shouts that he's alive, silently looking forward. Wright explains that the Colosseum's binary star space trapped him there with high-level magic, and he might be able to escape with a true transformation, but he won't have time because they won't let him. The man explains that without access to his inventory, he won't be able to use the items, and attacking directly would be tantamount to suicide. He explains that in the Colosseum's binary stars, there are no rules. The strongest always wins, and suggests using secret artifacts and mind-affecting magic without hesitation. The man, Wright, says he believes every apostle is obligated to obey their masters, but in reality, not everyone chooses to grovel at the feet of their superiors like Starks. The man explains that he has his own vision, and for him, the most important thing is the pursuit of absolute power. He says he's clearly not the type to hide anything intentionally, but something still doesn't add up. The man says he doesn't understand how they dare compare him to them and calls them impudent. Wright says the key to victory must be hidden somewhere here. He then releases a powerful energy blast. He says that this is the end of their conversation, and if they don't attack first, he will do it. Wright says it's spatial magic and compresses space, attacking with his sword. Then we see Wright moving swiftly with his sword, attacking. In the next shot, Wright deflects the blow with his fist. He uses the lightning cross technique. The man reports that he managed to dodge the attack. Wright reports that it's not just rain, but a rain of arrows. The man explains that the arrows are flying at incredible speed and are impossible to avoid. He says that he cannot let the enemy escape and announces that he will now use his power. He explains that his attack will be fast and powerful and says that he is going to deliver the decisive blow. Wright reveals the name of the technique, Thunderfang. The man expresses surprise. Wright explains the technique, Triumph of Fire, and explains that it intensifies the flames. He states that he cannot allow the enemy to get close to him. The man explains that his attack is a flaming sword that will burn everything in its path. He says that he is ready for battle and is going to attack first. Wright delivers a powerful blow, summoning a massive fire wolf. He then surrounds himself with an energy shield, deflecting the attack. The scene ends with Wright and the fire wolf disappearing into the sky through the clouds. The man says it is a piece of earth that he is holding in his hand. Wright explains that the hero's clothes are themselves artifacts with magical symbols, and wonders why he needs to sense the magical energy flow. He explains that now that the clothes are in tatters, they'll be of little use. Wright then explains that that's not really what matters. He reports that his swordsmanship leaves much to be desired, but the boy is moving well and is doing it much better than he thought. The man explains that he will give him 3 things and asks if he is scared, warning him that he is a magical knight with exceptional skills among the royal guards. Wright explains that the Colosseum serves the principles of justice and will witness their fight. Then he reveals that his technique is called Knight Noble and the royal knight is his partner, who sits on a horse. He says he thought Starkus was his partner and asks if he's not an apostle, then says that Amechko is too, of course. The man explains that no matter how long Starkus stays here, the royal army won't be able to deal with the Count so easily, and warns against trying to stall for time. Wright says that, on the other hand, since he's a guest here, he'll answer questions. Wright says he sees that his interlocutor is finally ready to accept his challenge. He reveals that Starkus isn't his friend, but a teacher. He explains that Starkus initially wandered the world as a self-proclaimed magic teacher, but 10 years ago, John took him and Lakia as students, with Lakia being Wright's older brother. He also says that Wright says he was a bright young star, but does the phrase ban on worship mean anything to you? He reports that when he was a knight of the emperor, the worship of gods was strictly forbidden, and in an empire without religion there could be neither gods nor apostles. Wright says that, faced with a real threat from a neighboring country, the imperial family lifted the ban on religion, and then Lakius, a man-made apostle, was born. He recounts that it was a long night that will forever remain etched in his memory. The imperial knights rose against the apostle, who had lost control, but they were no match for his might. The complex's twin stars engulfed the imperial knight, burying her under mountains of bodies and the bright flames of hellfire. He and his companion, the knight, Wright says that's the truth. The next scene shows an explosion and destruction. He says that it's become a bit noisy near the cliffs and asks if anyone is trying to escape through the cliffs, apologizing for the interruption and asking how the Count is doing. The man reacts to the noise. Wright reports that there's a back exit hidden in the rocks and explains that he didn't really decide to use teleportation magic to lure the Count out to the sea, rather than call for reinforcements. The man says, "Oh, you." He reports that the Count is already dead. he judged for himself whether there was any reason left to fight on, and he honestly says that he has already run out of artifacts. The man explains that he is too dangerous to be left alive and did not expect the Count to die so soon. The man says that Wright says he told her not to waste time and asks if she's having trouble breathing and if her vision is blurry. He explains that the Colosseum is cut off from the outside world not only by magical energy, but also by oxygen. The more he moves, the harder it is to breathe, and in the confined space, oxygen becomes increasingly scarce, yet he can still move, unlike some. He reports that the outcome. Wright informs them that his soul, like Luckiness, will remain here forever, in the space of the Kolzev double stars, and will continue to shine just as brightly, but asks them not to worry. He explains that the time has come for the double stars to unite. The man in armor is surprised and he reports that the artifacts are gone, and he can no longer sense magical energy so subtly, but he also explains that the enemy anticipates all his attacks, even those invisible to the naked eye. He explains that the main thing is how the enemy moves so quickly. The man reports that he is again. Wright says it's like he's not human at all. Wright says it's like that. Wright says it can't be and calls him Thunder Barge. He says he gave his interlocutor a real scare and asks if he got it. He explains that this skill works with magical energy, so it can only be used to dodge attacks, but he can't attack. He says it took a long time to learn the skill, but it gives. Wright says that your filthy, vile soul has defiled our sacred duel and calls it an abomination. He explains that it is a sin, a sacrilege, and an insult to the power of God, and that both he and Starkus's powers were granted by the gods. Wright informs you that you have no right to use them. He says that this is where this nasty premonition comes from, and explains that it was not for nothing that he was crucifying himself about the principles of justice, because an ordinary person is not able to resist the apostle. It's like a mouse attacking an elephant. Wright says the Colosseum was originally intended for sacrificial ceremonies to an evil god, and all the pathos is just smoke and mirrors, a clever trick to hide the true essence behind the duel, and therein lies the truth. He reports that thanks to the evil god's wrath, he had a chance. The character says that he won't let the brat hide forever and that he will wipe him off the face of the earth. Wright states that he can't let the enemy get close to him. Wright then slashes with his sword, breaking through the enemy's defense, and then expresses surprise at what he sees. The man says the crystals came from somewhere and asks what kind of spatial magic it is. Wright says he hasn't moved. The man says Wright still has some artifacts. Wright says that's impossible and he would never allow such a thing. He says that here. Wright asks where his cloak went. The man says it's finally started, and the phase paralytic poison has taken effect. He explains that the poison is contained in crystals that, upon entering the body, instantly crystallize, and after enough crystals accumulate in the victim's body. He explains that he suspected a high resistance to poisons and prepared a large dose of phase paralytic poison gas, which was supposed to act before the usual poison gas. He reports that he chose this particular gas and was right, judging by the size of the crystal. The man asks how poisonous it is. Wright reports that after activating the Heavenly Forces puppet, he was left with many interesting side artifacts, including materials that he used to spray poison into the air. He says he's been holding his breath for a while and asks him to think about when the gas entered the air. The man asks if Wright's coat was made of it. He explains that if the man had actually used the poisonous gas, he would have been the first to die. Wright says, abomination, 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 abomination. Then he says he can't understand how many more of these dirty tricks he has up his sleeve and how such a monster could have come into being. He says that his brother was a royal knight and asks what it feels like to have his body torn apart from the inside. As this proves that his impregnable armor is worth very little, he calls it a real Trojan horse. Wright says he's modified the poison and even 0.001 grams is enough to kill a man, and he informs him that he's already at 50. The man says that's 50,000 times the lethal dose and asks how long he can last. The monster says that his eyes are darkening. Is he really going to die? But Missouria's dream Zulia almost came true, and he will be struck down by some pathetic heretic, he informs Starkus that he fell at the hands of this monster. He says that the giant star will immediately. Wright reports that he stopped the sword with his bare hands. Wright says he'll show you something and asks you to watch carefully. He casts a spell, Crimson Blood, Hellfire, destroy everything in your path. The man, in a panic, says it's a spell, but only he knows it, and it can't be true. He asks how long he plans to tarnish their honorable name. The boy declares that no god has power over him, neither in heaven nor on earth, neither in the past nor in the future. Then the Devil's Corridor is revealed. Wright calls Masur Zuul is a scoundrel and a heretic and says he takes pity on him. Masur Zuul replies that it is wonderful. The man reports that the stars. Wright explains that the poison gas causes hallucinations and contains the venom of Gallic frogs, which in the wild show their victims what they desire before killing them, calling it a parting gift. The man reports that the puppet of the heavenly powers saved his life and he says the phase paralytic poison should have weakened the enemy, but it could still attack him and even destroy the Colosseum space. He explains that the apostles are still very powerful. He explains that he should thank Princess Rumia for praying for his safety. Wright announces that he will take the royal knight. He says he just disintegrated into pieces, but it's not that simple because he's not human. He says, A man with a staff and a group of creatures check the man's condition with a scanner. He explains that everything is safe. Wright tells the goddess Midzes that she's upsetting him because she only gave him a 20% boost to his ability power. Then a contract completion message appears, stating that Count Grausel has been killed, the Chakra of the Kingdom's Protector has been obtained, and the Apostle Larius has been destroyed as a bonus. For men knelt before the image of the goddess, who is surrounded by symbols and rays of light, demonstrating the presence of divine power. The boy asks what the object is, and the man says that the objects were scattered along the road. The man reports that they appeared to be moving back and forth using teleportation magic, and suggests that it was Wright's doing. The man reports that the closer they get to the royal castle, the more similar mechanisms they find, and wonders if this could be intentional. The man says that these might be traps, and Wright explains that they are traps. The girl explains that while they were traveling from the royal palace to the count's estate, they used teleportation magic and reports that, from a distance, our magic probably has something in common with the magic of these mechanisms. The girl says that if Wright really did set it all up, then those funny little machines should look a certain way. The man explains that those little machines look exactly like that. The guy says it's reinforcements. The girl asks what reinforcements it is. The guy says he can't understand why the girl isn't hungry and explains that it doesn't make sense. The girl says she's not hungry and doesn't want to eat. The man says that this isn't the first time Rumia has sneaked into someone else's carriage, and reminds her that she was ordered to remain in the castle, but she's still here with them. Rumia remains silent, and the man asks her to continue. The man says that then you can ask the city which one is this, and Wright asks for forgiveness from His Majesty and says that this will not happen again. The man announces that they have arrived. The man explains that this is where they should wait. The man explains that an important event is about to begin. Rumia informs him that they are on the territory of a count who has committed a terrible crime, and that she should not be here. The man says he hopes Rumia understands that she acted extremely carelessly. The woman says she can't let her father bear this burden alone. The man says that if he says Wright isn't here anymore, what then? The man responds by expressing surprise that he's not here. Wright reports that Rondel ships have been spotted at sea. The man says that here they are. Worry, as the ships are heading here to meet the humans, and proclaims victory for them, laughing. Nearby, a girl with a questioning expression listens to him. The man says that first there were the apostles, then Rondel, and there was not a moment of peace. The girl says the man wants to share her burden. Wright says he's not sure he can ever let anyone else take on this responsibility for him. Then Wright asks if they're coming. The man asks if anyone's here. The man says he's asking if they've arrived for the worship service. The man on the far right explains that there are 3 people in their organization who can use the power of the dragon. The man in the middle explains that they are the guardians of the dragon's power, and the man on the far left explains that their job is to protect the world from threats using this power. Wright says he came to return the stolen item on the king's orders. And no, a man in a suit stands next to two other men. He says he won't hand over an important item to strangers he doesn't trust. The man asks to be introduced. A bearded man tells another man that he should wake up and fear God, because the archbishop himself is standing before them. Wright explains that he's just from the village and that he was told someone from the church would be there, but no one expected to encounter the archbishop himself. The man says that if he finds out before the time, there will be trouble, and asks if they weren't warned what exactly he's bringing. He says that he's a fine king and won't say anything until the very end. Wright asks if this cane looks familiar. The men are surprised and say it's the very same cane of the protector of the kingdom of Hacker. The man says he never thought he'd be able to look at her again in his life, and says it was the king's order. The man with the cup thanks them for finding her, saying he never in his wildest dreams imagined someone could return Hakhara to them. He asks. A man asks for Hakara. Another man replies that here it is. The man thanks the great goddess Midzis with all his heart for the divine blessing she bestowed and for helping the brave warrior return Hakara to the bosom of their temple. The man declares that they will henceforth protect the goddess with their lives. The man says he needs to carry boxes to the store, and the boy says it's too heavy. The man explains its work, and the boy says he can't do it anymore. The man says there are a lot of children in the area, and they often play outside, so caution is needed. He explains that he always keeps an eye on the area and won't allow any problems. Wright demonstrates how a cube emerges from his palm, then transforms into an insect, and then into a bird. He reports that its stats have increased by 20%, noting that the speed and accuracy of the transformation could have improved so much. He reports that this Kakara is breaking all possible rules. 3 priests thank Wright for returning the church to Hakaru, the protector of the kingdom, and ask people not to hesitate to contact the church for help, promising to provide all possible support. The king reports that he has already paid the promised reward of 300 million Els, and Wright explains that it would at least be nice to receive payment in the future, not in money, but in influence on the church. The man explains that it would be suspicious if the first person he meets asks for a reward for power over the church, and before making the request, he suggests that they all pray together to God for a while. The 3 men report that the man is very religious. In the top right, Wright and 3 men are praying. Wright asks if he can be heard. In the bottom left, a woman with a divine aura says she's listening. Wright is surprised and ponders that this divine aura doesn't resemble a goddess. Perhaps it's Midzis, with whom he says that he is a god. He says that he is a god. The man says he's the only one who sees her. Wright says he's the only one who sees her. The girl screams, "Ah!" He announces that he is launching a balloon that is heading towards the tower. The men below are surprised by what is happening. The woman announces that she will now demonstrate her true power. The woman then explains that this will be her special attack. The next shot shows a powerful explosion, destroying the object. Wright tells them they should pray for God to hear them. The man explains that God is a being who exists in another dimension and can hear their prayers. The man explains that if God hears them, he can grant their wishes. In the upper right, a man with a mustache announces that this is the goddess Midzis herself, and a woman expresses joy at the meeting. A man with a beard explains that the great lady has once again revealed her divine face to them. Another man says that this is a true miracle, and he says glory to the goddess, glory. The man on the right explains that there's nothing in this world that money can't buy, and explains that money is power and power is money. Right of center explains that money is power, and explains that power is everything. The man on the left of center explains that money gives you choice, and explains that choice. He says he almost fell over and his impeccable image would have been ruined. He explains that something can only be maintained at close range and asks if they are in a special space. The woman says they can see each other now and asks if that's great. Wright asks the woman who she is. The woman explains she can't ruin her image and asks her to relax. Wright says that if it weren't for her, he would count the stairs with his nose and calls the woman God. He says that he thanks them for understanding his situation and helping him, and says that he was saved. The woman says that if he doesn't want to be exposed, He must answer a couple of questions. The girl is surprised and asks what. The woman explains that it's not forbidden. The girl panics and says that a goddess shouldn't threaten and demands that he have a conscience. The woman explains that she has lived for tens of thousands of years and the woman reports that the connection has been lost and says she thought she told him everything she wanted to. Then she says she forgot to tell him about it. Wright says that he recorded their last conversation and offers to listen to whether the girl missed anything important, while the girl asks him several times not to leave her. He says that it really doesn't seem like much and suggests letting other people listen. The man says they shouldn't abandon him. The woman says he has a pitiful voice and asks if someone actually took the dog in. The text says that the believers are disappointed. The woman says, Wright says he wants to know what they want from him and says he's already done everything. The girl explains that she wants him to stop looking at her like that. He says he's not coming to fulfill a request and that giving himself completely, being someone's toy and all that, no. The man asks what he's doing. The girl says what's going on in his head, asking, Lord. Wright reveals that he wants power over the Midz's church and wants the church to intercede for him when he kills Masur Zuul. The girl laughs and says she realized it was an order, then adds that it was just a joke. The man asks for forgiveness for his helplessness, for the love of God. The woman explains that she hasn't descended to this earth for hundreds of years, and judging by what she sees, the burden is heavy. She also says that she is pleased with the efforts of her people and faithful followers, and assures them that the man's efforts have not gone unnoticed. The woman reports that Masur Zuul is the culprit of all the troubles, and Kakara was stolen by his evil will, and also says that she came to the children to open their eyes to the truth, because there is no apostle among them who is able to resist Seth Discord, the evil god. Wright says that if the apostle does appear, the woman explains that an apostle capable of fighting Masura on equal terms will appear on earth. Zuul, people will have to sacrifice a lot, and yet, the bearded man says that if sacrifices are needed, he asks to be considered. The bearded man and other men say they too want to become sacrifices and are ready to sacrifice their lives for a greater cause. Wright says that the apostles have such incredible power and explains that his sword comes out to become an apostle, and Larius sacrificed an entire knightly order. He says that the order and forbidden knowledge are questionable and wonders if it is really that easy to become an apostle of Masur Zuul. Wright reveals that someone else was behind him, someone who wasn't aiming for the cursed sword, but for a powerful apostle. He explains that this is indeed the case. He says that he has come across an interesting opponent and asks why he wanted to invade foreign lands. The woman says she is touched by the depth of his faith and his willingness to give his life for her safety, but explains that she is unable to create an apostle and has no need for senseless sacrifices, wanting believers to protect her without changing her values and faith. She then proudly tells how she named. Wright reports that he defeated 2 apostles of the evil god in just a week. The man says he must be the hero of the legends and thanks him for it. He says he asked not to attract unnecessary attention. The girl asks him to wait and promises to explain everything now. The girl asks Wright if he is ready to become her apostle, and he agrees, if that is what the goddess herself desires. The girl thanks Wright and explains that he is her only apostle. Wright says he didn't think he'd become an apostle and says he now has authority over the church, no matter what. He says he wants to know if his interlocutor is sure that he can trust him with the church. Wright says everything is fine. The girl explains that, ultimately, Wright is smarter than her, and therefore she will be very sad if he decides to leave her. He is silent, chewing something. The girl says, woof. The last frame shows the paw of an animal grabbing something. Wright asks what percentage of believers there are in this world. The girl reports that about 1% are monks, the rest are followers of Lura's Mars. He says the more he thinks about the 1 versus 99 confrontation, the more dire the situation seems. The woman asks if they have a chance of winning. Wright says he's never taken on such a complex, confusing, and pretentious order before, and says he's having fun with it. He reports that until now the kingdom of Mises and the cult of the goddess Mises were the only ones who fought against the threat of Masur Zuul, but that alone isn't enough to secure victory. He explains that now they have a protector of the kingdom and it's time to stop defending themselves. It's finally time to act. He's confident. Wright says that this time he will have to act not as an assassin, but use all his powers, since nothing is impossible for the strongest killer. The image shows the title page of chapter 23 of the manga, Assassin Skills Will Make You the Strongest in Another World, with the chapter title, A Smile That Brings Spring. A girl holds a wreath of flowers and smiles. A small animal with a wreath on its head stands next to her. It is reported that a week after the return of the temple of the protector of the goddess of the kingdom Mises, a man with a mustache announces that a tournament will be held this year, bringing together all the strongest fighters. A man with a long mustache explains that the winner will receive the title of champion and a huge prize. A man with a bald head says the tournament will be a true test for all participants. The husband, Wright, says it will take a long time to prepare the ingredients, but it's for the better, and that they have a lot to talk about. The boy asks how things are in the kingdom and says that, as far as he understands, the situation inside has finally stabilized. The man confirms this and explains that since the return of the protector of the kingdom, an unprecedented calm has reigned in the kingdom, at least within the state borders. But since Wright reports that the Rondel Archdiocese's military is apparently already actively preparing for war. He explains that, given the current foreign policy situation and international relations, their first target will undoubtedly be the kingdom of Mises. The text states that the archdiocese certainly sounds pompous, but in fact it is a very ordinary theocratic state, where the fate of ordinary mortals is decided by the archbishop. The king rules the kingdom, the duke rules the duchy, and in exactly the same way the archdiocese is ruled by the archbishop. Their religion is reportedly called Vedianism, after the war god Vaidya. It is explained that no war god Vaidya actually exists, and Vedianism itself was invented by Masur Zuul with the aim of reducing the number of followers of Mises. Wright reports that the strength of a man like Lario is enough to defeat an entire army, and even if there were effective methods for eliminating apostles, they would not be usable in a military conflict anyway. The man says that the Yahello Empire is forming a military alliance. He says what with whom? The man reports that their kingdom, among other things, has received a large amount of reliable intelligence from the empire's believers, and so far, there has been no reason to doubt the information they have provided. Yahello Empire is one of the states bordering the kingdom of Mises. This country is much larger than Rondel, and the state religion is the cult of Masur Zuul. Wright says that the country that worships Masur Zuul wants to form a military alliance with them, to which the man responds affirmatively. The man explains that for an alliance to be formed, the other side must accept the new faith, and the empire has already recruited several allies through this ploy, but there's a catch. He says that this is their goal and asks what the kingdom will then say in response to their proposal. The man explains that a refusal is inevitable because even if the faith is changed immediately, the people won't stop worshipping Mises at the snap of a finger. Wright asks if the townspeople really believe in God so devoutly. The man says that for every inhabitant of the kingdom, life has become commonplace under the protection of the sacred staff granted by the merciful Mises, and this is part of their culture and identity, and also reports that their country is the last stronghold of the cult of the goddess Mises. Wright remains silent as he watches the rotating object. He says that even in the states that joined the cult of Masur Zuul, there are still many followers of Mises, and that technically they can officially accept the new religion and continue to worship Mises with the same success. The man asks if, as an apostle of Mises, they are seriously considering accepting the offer, and explains that it's not as if they haven't considered formally changing the state religion. Wright says he just wanted to make sure they do have a choice and aren't in a bind. The man says they have a choice, but he'd prefer not to have one, and explains that he doesn't want to give up his current faith, even just for show. He also says he won't be able to accept the need to perform sacrifices in the new religion. He uses the word sacrifice. Wright reports that the cult of Masur Zuul is the last remaining religion that does not require sacrifice. He explains that outside the kingdom, people die far more often on the sacrificial altar than from old age or other natural causes. He says that if this is true, the number of people sacrificed must be in the tens of thousands, and is surprised that such a deity could have so many followers. A man and a girl are talking at the table. The man says he understands. The girl explains that it is indeed true. Wright says to abandon the alliance. The man says the tea he's drinking is delicious, adding that it's from a special collection. The mustachioed man explains that this tea was brought from a distant land and has a unique aroma. The woman says they'll have to confront the Rondel Archdiocese alone. The man says they'll have a chance to seize the Archbishop's lands. The man asks if they should take it over, and Wright says that only by winning the war will they be able to take Rondel's lands for themselves. He reports that the population of the Archdiocese is almost twice theirs, and if they are converted to the faith of Midzes, the number of followers of their goddess will triple. Men and women listen to him. The monarchy in Rondel is reported to have fallen about 5 years ago, after which the cult followers who seized power abolished the Midzes faith by law and appointed Whiteanism as the new state religion. Wright reports that the scheme that failed for them has worked successfully. He reports that the faith in Rondel changed only 5 years ago and is not surprised that most citizens still secretly worship Midzes. He explains that it is not so easy to abandon faith in a deity to which one has been devoted since birth and without a second thought convert to a new, inhumane religion. The man reports that the top of the archdiocese is now completely made up of crazed fanatics, and Wright says that even if they enter the war and win, they will resolutely resist annexation and will not easily renounce their faith. He says that in that case it will be easier to kill them all. The man expresses surprise. Wright says that no matter how hard they try, 99% of the believers in this world are followers of Masur Zuul. They won't be able to defeat her, because she can quickly repair and even improve any damage. He explains that if they can restore faith in Midzes to her former followers, the chances. The man with the mustache says that to seize power it is enough to eliminate people like Starkus and asks Wright. He explains that it will not be necessary to eliminate so many people. Wright asks if his interlocutors have a list of top members that would make it easier to track down new victims. The man replies that, unfortunately, they don't. For many years, the Archdiocese's elite has only included members of the Rondel Church. Wright says that's clear, adding that their sources have detailed information. The man says that the army is already preparing for war and asks how long it will take to eliminate the enemies, and then says that it is difficult to say how long this war will last. Wright says that if we're talking about one person, it'll all be over in about 3 months, and he doesn't want to drag it out. The man says 3 months means there's no need to plan a long-term confrontation. He explains that only if there is only one opponent, 10 seconds of time will be enough, but with more opponents it will take much more time. The voice says that for the sake of justice, even 3 months is a considerable period, and if the situation doesn't worsen, it can be dealt with in a month, but the longer the showdown with the archdiocese drags on, the more people will die in the war. The man says that in that case, they must be prepared for any emergency and will prepare for a protracted war, and also states that preparations are almost complete. Wright asks if this is true, and the man confirms. The man explains that in a situation where other countries were abandoning the Midzes religion, they understood they couldn't continue to live in peace and tranquility, and since they refused to change their faith, they had to prepare for the worst. He says they didn't think others would attempt to seize power from within. Wright says it turns out they've been actively preparing for war all this time, and that's the right decision. He explains that now that the Defender of the Realm is back in place, the already accumulated power will increase by another 20%. He explains that in a one-on-one fight this probably won't make much of a difference, but in a group fight it's a huge advantage, and with a 20% difference they could easily defeat an army twice their size until an apostle appears on the enemy side. According to the lore, the elixir is made by mixing a potion of strength and a potion of poison resistance. It restores mere crumbs thanks to a useless detoxification effect, and requires complex ingredients, so it's often underestimated. The man reports that it has another remarkable property. Wright tells Zist to give it a try. The man says that if everything goes as planned, Zist's right arm will be restored, and he will be able to protect citizens. A man reports being unable to take off his shirt because of sweat. A man with long hair and a beard and a man in a suit and tie report that it's forbidden to take off clothes in this area. The man says he is honored to be the first to try the elixir made by the apostle himself. The man explains that this isn't just a tattoo, but something more than just a tattoo. He explains that it's a special symbol that only manifests under certain conditions, He explains that this symbol is connected to ancient traditions and has deep meaning. The man announces that it is his hand, which he lost more than 10 years ago, and exclaims in surprise. Several people near him look at the hand. Wright reports that the elixir of limb restoration works on people in this world the same way as it does on NPCs, and with its help one can get rid of the very concept of wounded in war, since it will work if the person is still breathing, even if he is cut in half. He says they're ready and begins. The girl watches what's happening. A man with a beard and long hair, a man with a mustache, and a man with short hair clasp hands to wrestle. A man with a beard and long hair, a man with a mustache, and a man with short hair participate in the competition. The girl says the potion will be level 2 if it's distilled. Wright asks what his level will be if he distills the potion. He reports that this is the 7th level. Wright says it's an elixir. A man with a group of people says it's the 7th. The girl says she's heard that elixirs can be made from potions, but she didn't think they could be as high as level 7, and that in their kingdom, they only survive on level 2 potions. The man explains that any elixir, even the weakest, will be at least level 7 or lower. Wright reports that little is known about elixirs in this world and that it is for the best, since the mysterious potion will be perceived by them as a miracle drug. He says he can't afford to lose. The girl says there are only 4 of them and asks for more. The man says that a magical elixir that cures any ailment could be of great help in winning the favor of the believers. Another man explains that they should make up a legend about the goddess Midzes granting them these gifts. The girl explains that there's only one way to survive in this world, to become stronger. The bearded man explains that to do that, you need to train and never give up. The man with the long beard explains that strength comes through perseverance and experience. The guy with the high haircut says that anyone can become stronger if they set their mind to it. Wright explains that if faith in Mises grows, the power of the defender of the realm will also increase, increasing the chances of victory. He explains that if the enemy sees their people heal from grievous wounds without assistance, word of it will spread quickly, attracting. The man says that their goal is not so much to increase the number of believers, but to proclaim their ideals to the world. A man asks if he understands correctly that the worthy apostle wishes to focus on converting new followers and no longer limit himself to preaching. Another man explains that the great Middes herself said that from now on the apostle will speak in her name, and they must follow her will. Wright says he may be seriously mistaken about the rules of this world and suggests that she feel free to speak up if she has any questions or doubts about his words. The man says he will say so. The man with long hair asks to forgive his tactlessness and says that he believes that the miraculous elixir was given to them by the will of the venerable Midzes. And the man with short hair explains that the Lord Apostle created it with his own hands from ingredients sent down. Wright says that if both the army and the clergy use the elixir, there will be no limits on production. He says he will secure the ingredients before the outbreak of hostilities, and the others should continue preparing and gathering information. Wright says he's relying on them. He asks if he will have time to gather everything he needs. The man holds a bottle of liquid in his hand. It's reported that there's never enough time for nonsense. It's said that Wright's alchemical laboratory will be found a week later. A man with glasses and a mustache reports an urgent letter from His Majesty. In the right panel, a man in a hooded cloak and goggles says he can't believe Wright came here and warns him it's dangerous. Wright replies that he came here to get information. In the middle panel, Wright says he has evidence and asks him to look at it carefully. In the left panel, the text states that early this morning, enemy troops invaded several border towns, and this is a war without a declaration of war. It also states that until the apostle appears on their side, our troops on the front lines are roughly equal in strength to the enemy's. It speaks of a surprise attack without a declaration of war. Wright explains that the kingdom of Mises has been preparing for war for many years, and thanks to the kingdom's protector and the elixirs, the situation is currently in their favor, but as soon as the enemy side gets an apostle into their ranks, the situation will change instantly. He says that if they manage to get rid of the enemy's top brass before this happens, the remaining command will not want to continue the war. He says that no matter what, it needs to be ended. Wright announces that the door is opening. He then explains that the door leads to another dimension. After this, Wright explains that a special sign must be used to open the door. He says that he is counting on his interlocutor. He reports that he understood them.